pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Thou members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Kindly bring in the nominee, please. Kindly administer the oath, please.
I, Daniel Machato,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Please kindly have a seat.
Mr. Daniel Machato, on behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a Minister for OT region. You've never appeared before this committee. This is the first time we're encountering you here. Now we invite you to tell us about yourself. After that, we'll ask you questions relating to your assignment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Daniel Machato. I was born to Mr. Joshua Balija Machato of blessed memory and Rose Laraba Mboti 36 years ago in Bonache, in the Nkwanta South Municipal Assembly. I had my primary education at Nkwanta Early Primary B and Prince Boateng Memorial School in Nsawam. I continued to 2 Brigade Basic School, Idris Barracks, Kumasi, for my junior high education, after which I was enrolled at Kumasi High School for my secondary education. After successfully passing the senior secondary school certificate examination, I was admitted to the University of Ghana, where I studied for a Bachelor of Arts degree in history with linguistics. I later enrolled at the University of Cape Coast where I pursued a Master of Arts in Communication Studies degree. As regards my employment history, I was posted to the Northern Regional Office of the National Commission for Civic Education for my mandatory national service, where I worked as the media aide to the district director in Saboba. I was employed after national service by Theovision International as the first manager of their radio station, Radio Gaki, in Saboba. After serving for a year as radio station manager, I was enlisted into the senior corps of the Ghana Prison Service as an assistant superintendent of prisons. Upon successful commissioning, I was posted first to the Ankafo Prison Annex as a general duty officer, and in less than a year, transferred to the Ankafo Maximum Security Prison, which is the Central Regional Command, as the Regional Public Relations Officer. For the first 2 years of my service as Regional PRO, I served as a staff officer to the Regional Commander of the region. After about 7 years in the position as Regional Public Relations Officer, I was transferred to the National Headquarters of the Ghana Prison Service, where I served as the Deputy Director of Public Affairs for the Ghana Prison Service. In April 2020, I resigned from the Ghana Prison Service and took up employment with the Ghana Institute of Journalism, now the University of Media, Arts and Communication, as the Head of Public Affairs, a position I have held till date. I am a columnist and I've had a number of feature articles published in the Daily Graphic, Ghanaian Times, and other reputable news portals. I am married with 2 kids. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Interesting. Have you had any stint at all with local governance?
Mr. Chairman, not as a worker of local government, but my dad, for close to 14 years, was the presiding member for the Nkwanta District Assembly, which now has been divided into 2 Nkwanta South and Nkwanta North District Assembly. Thank you, sir.
Is there anything your father did or did not do that you learned and you wish to share with us?
Okay, so my dad was, to me, a true reflection of the brain behind the local governance system, in the sense that my dad was very close with the people. And I know the idea behind local governance is to ensure that governance is brought close to the people. So as the presiding member of the district assembly, he coordinated all other, he was sort of a link between the assemblymen in the districts and then the district chief executive and the local government system in the district. So I think that he taught me that the local governance system is the best way that we need to go as a country, because it brings governance closer to the people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Governance involves spending money to provide the things the people want. The district assembly's common fund is one source. Now, do you have any idea how much revenue your regional capital, or in Nigeria they will call it a capital territory? That's Dambai is the original capital, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So the Dambai Municipal Assembly. Do you have any idea how much revenue they generate a year?
Mr. Chairman, I can't say I have an idea before this committee, but I am sure when you give me the opportunity to serve as the regional minister, I would have a fair idea how much they all generate as IGF. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Yes,
Congratulations. So if I tell you that the OT region, one of their biggest struggles has to do with how to generate revenue at your regional level. And so can you tell us some of the things you would do to try to make sure that revenue generation at the district level is really improved. It is really one of the key challenges in that region that you've been nominated to. Exactly what steps will you take to help really bring about increase in revenue for development, not from the central government, but at the district and metropolitan level?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know revenue generation, or IGF, is one of the backbones of the district assembly system. And when you come to the OT region, it's quite cosmopolitan and is not a very developed region. So there are a lot of markets throughout the region. Every day has a market day, is a market day somewhere. But what I have realized is that my mother is a market woman. What I have realized is that most of the market women see themselves as not rich, and so do not see the reason why they need to contribute to the IGF. So I think it will be very necessary for us. It will be very necessary for us to engage the market women, to engage the people, to understand the reason why they should be paying market tolls, because that will contribute a chunk of the IGF that every district assembly is going to generate. Apart from that, another way by which they could generate IGF is property rate. And because, in fact, the place is not so developed, people do not understand why they need to pay property rate. So this is another thing we need to engage the people on, for them to understand the reason why they need to pay property rate. If we're able to navigate this course very well, I'm sure we should be able to generate a lot to support the local governance system in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I know about that.
Congratulations, my brother. This is my first time of meeting you. Good. Have you heard about a natural resource in the OT region in the area called Akokrowa? Have you?
Mr. Chairman, I haven't heard of Akokrowa, but I don't know if you are talking about any village around Akpafu and Santro Kofi where the iron ore has been. Okay. Where deposits of iron ore has been found. I don't know whether that's what you are talking about, please.
Well, I was just looking at the Ghana Geological Survey, mapping of your region and where the iron ore is deposited. So maybe if there's a change of them, I don't know. Now, I'm hearing that the region is going through a lot of developmental challenges. I am of the humble view that if attention is paid to the iron ore deposit in the region, it's going to turn the whole region around and the economy would seriously improve. Do you have a sense of the iron ore production and why you believe it could dovetail into economic development?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I am a student of history, and I learned in the economic history of West Africa and the economic history of Ghana that the Santro Kofi and Akpafu area, even in pre-colonial times, was actually booming in metal smelting because they discovered a lot of metals in the ground there. And even then, merchants traveled from Asante, traveled from Dagbon to come and buy iron ore from the then Volta region, in pre-colonial time. So if it was booming at that time, then I think that there's a lot with the technology we have today that we could do with the iron ore deposits that have been discovered in the region. But I think that the challenges we are facing with gold and mining in Ghana should serve as a guide to us so that we engage the people more and then go about it in the right way so that there will be a lot of benefits to the people, the local people there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll seriously urge you to see what you can do with this very short space of time to focus on this as a national asset so that we get the benefit of it, because I'm being educated that even parts of aeroplanes could come out of iron ore. So if you have a whole smelter here, I mean, you don't know the full implications of, I mean, getting the iron ore out, and what is more serious, bringing the value addition and getting foreign nations to come and take their aeroplane parts from Oti region. So you are very rich, Oti. My last question. I'm also being educated that there is a Kayaboba National Park, which is close to the Togolese border. Are you aware of that national park?
Yes, sir. It's called the Chabobo National Park.
Oh, okay. Okay. Are you aware that the national park is also, if properly preserved, will be a veritable source of revenue? And are you aware that even some individuals might want to mess up the national park, kill some of the animals and the rest of it? Are you going to take steps to preserve this asset, which is a natural asset in that area, for purposes of attracting, tourists, and then you'll be able to rake in some good revenue for the general development of the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally know Chabobo National Park. It's in the Nkwanta South District of the Oti region. And one of the few challenges, even growing up, I knew the park was facing has to do with poachers. Yeah, hunters wanted to invade the national park and kill like bush meat, if I should call it so. Yeah, so I think that we need to engage the Forestry and Wildlife Commission to ensure that they do their job to the latter. If they need support from other security services, I think we should offer them the support so that we will help protect the place. Another thing I know should be done, I have seen as a negative, is that most of the routes leading to the place isn't properly done. So I think if we concentrate on the road, we could engage the Ministry of Roads and Transport to have a look at the routes leading to the Chabobo National Park. And I'm sure if we do this properly, we should be able to rake in a lot of capital. Thanks so much, sir.
Let me come here.
Congratulations, my brother. Educational disparities is crucial for the Oti regional development. Statistics from Ghana Statistical Service indicate lower literacy rates in the Oti region, 50.6%, compared to the regional or national average of 70%, with some of your rural areas facing particularly limited access to quality education. If you are given the nod, what would you do to improve education in Oti region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we know that education and the educational process is lagging a bit in the Oti region. And this is as a result of the bad infrastructure, educational infrastructure we have in the region. So if given the nod, I will pursue all educational projects that are currently being carried out in the region and ensure that they are completed in time to bridge the deficits. Apart from that, because OT is an agrarian society, most of the people there are farmers. Some are into fishing because the Volta Lake and the OT River pass through the region. Some parents prefer to take their children to the lakeside for fishing or maybe to the farm for farming activities. So we need to engage these parents to let them understand the reason why education is the way to go. Not to say that these other economic pathways are not the best, but that if their children are well educated, they could even carry out agric in fact, very mechanized, highly mechanized agriculture, which we know to their benefits than the ones they are doing now. Same with the fishing. Most of the students are, the children, some of them prefer to take them to the riverside to help in fishing. So I think this is another thing we need to have a look at. Probably we should engage International Justice Mission. It's an NGO. They are into rescuing children who are into child labor on the Volta Lake. And then the security agencies are also, we are going to encourage them to also check that so that students who are supposed to be, children who are supposed to be in school will not be out on the farm or on the lake fishing. Thank you, Madam.
It's amazing how you answered my second question without me asking you. Yes, it's just amazing. Because my second question was going to deal with child labor and children on the Volta Lake. Once you have agreed, especially to work with International Justice Mission, because they've done a lot of work in respect of children on the lake, I don't need to belabor the point, but I'll take your word for it because our children need to be saved at this point, because if we keep them on the lake, you know what will happen in the next few years. So I hope that when you are giving the nod, you actually work closely with all these agencies to ensure that we get our children off the lake back to the classroom where they truly belong. Thank you and congratulations once again.
You're done. Very well. Let me go to Sule before I come to you, Zaporo.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Going through your CV, I saw that you've worked with the prison service before. But you providing us information about yourself, you were a bit silent on that. Can you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you are done? No, I'm not done. Your region, OT region, how many MPs do you have?
OT region has...
No, MPs.
OT region currently has 8 MPs.
And how many of them are MPP and how many are NDC?
All of
I
them
just want to leave.
are NDC.
As a regional minister, if you are approved, do you know that you are likely to have issues where you have to handle conflict between MPs and MMDCs?
Yes, so, sir, Mr. Chairman, conflict is something that happens in human life. And once there are 2 groups of people coming together, there's likely to be conflict. And normally, the conflict between MMDCs and MPs, the little I know, probably may be as a result of the disbursement of the district assembly common fund. Yes, sometimes the MPs may think the money is in, so they should receive their share of it. And probably there might be some naughty areas the MMDCs might need to solve before they get their money. So this could bring a problem. Another aspect, another reason why I see that conflict could arise is when the MMDCs probably nurse the ambition to contest the parliamentary election in the next election. So these are areas where conflicts may arise. But I think if I'm given the nod as the regional minister, I should foster I will try as much as possible to foster a very good relationship between MMDCs and MPs, in the sense that even if quarterly, we could organize a breakfast meeting to sit and talk over the developmental issues in our area. And I am sure that in those conversations, issues will arise. And then we find a way of engaging each other and solving those issues. So, Mr. Chairman, I know conflicts may arise, but we should find very formal ways of solving the issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, acknowledging that conflicts are part of human life. It's quite assuring to hear that you'll be organizing something to bring the MPs and then the MMDCs together. But I think what you need to do possibly is to open your doors to the MPs. Open a channel of communication so that when they have issues, they quickly contact you so that you'll be able to solve it. And I know Dr. Lecha will help you in that light because he has been managing that. Managing people like Honorable Podo is not easy. But he's been able to do that very well. My next question is, can you share with us, on top of your priority list, the 3 top issues that you think that within the next 10 minutes, 10 months that you'll be in charge of the region, you'll be paying attention to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first on my list is to prioritize peace in the region, because without peace, we can't see any development. The second has to do with the routes linking the various districts in the region. They are not in the best of shapes. So I would engage and liaise with the Ministry of Roads and Transport to assist us. For the projects that are already on contract, we will try as much as possible to push so that the contracts will get done in time. And then last but not the least is education. Our educational infrastructure in the region isn't the best. And so I'll liaise with the necessary agencies to ensure that we lift up the educational infrastructure in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Bodo.
Chairman, I want to let my colleague know that I do not present a problem for anybody. He may be very imaginary. Then, congratulations on your nomination. Looking at your CV, Honorable Sanid has started asking questions in that direction. But I want to find out, were you given prison security training, or you were in the civilian portion of the Ghana Prison Service?
Sir, I actually entered the Ghana Prison Service as a general duty officer. And a general duty officer, you are a prison officer first. And then, because of the experience I have, when I was enlisted and was commissioned by the president, the service decided, because of my experience, to appoint me as the regional public relations officer. That's how I got into the PR unit of the service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can you share with us why you left the service for GIJ?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you realized, I have been in the media. I started as a radio station manager. I became a PRO for the prison service until I left. And I thought that the Ghana Institute of Journalism was going to give me a higher platform in terms of PR practice. So that was the reason why I decided to change jobs. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, I want to find out from Dan whether he is aware of the packing of the assembly with deputies several deputies to the coordinating director, several deputies to the budget officer, several deputies to the finance officers. Are you aware of this? And if you are, what will you do? Because many of them sit down the whole day doing nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there are deputies to all these offices you have mentioned, but you would accept that I am not in the system yet, so I can't say it's not important to have them, because in the Ghana Prison Service, where I was before, there could be a lot of ASPs, a lot of DSPs, but everybody has a schedule. So I need to enter, when I have the opportunity and I'm approved and become the minister, I'll look at the system there before I could say anything. Because if you see a lot of ASPs, one could be in charge of welfare, one could be in charge of inmates education, one could be in charge of security, and what have you. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, I know that the Ministry of Finance is supposed to get a budget line for the Regional Coordinating Council. But the money is often not enough and does not even get released. So with the responsibilities you have as a regional minister, if you are confirmed, how are you going to solve those financial problems? Are you going to be dependent on the assemblies that for every function you levy the various district assemblies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a public relations person, and I believe that funding for the RCC is very important. So apart from what the government of Ghana and Industrial Assembly Common Fund will be bringing, it is imperative of me, as, if I should say, the leader of the region, to find alternative ways of getting funding for the region. By so doing, I would explore for development partners. And these development partners, if I'm able to establish, if I should call it, mutually beneficial relationships between the RCC and these partners, we should be able to generate some form of funding to support our activities. Thank you.
What about Independence Day celebrations?
Mr. Chairman, again, I would rest on my profession as a public relations person. Most of the time, in cases where you do not have adequate funding, you reach out to corporate Ghana, and depending on, if I should say, how sweet your mouth is, you're able to generate some money to support your programs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bodo, you have had enough. Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable, congratulations on your nomination. Going through your conferences and your capacity building, that is where I have a lot of interest. You have a course in winning and maintaining clients in a competitive environment, managing development and productivity institute. How are you going to use this knowledge to manage the region as a whole, especially winning and maintaining clients? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, like I mentioned in my earlier answer, we need to build and maintain mutually beneficial relationships between the RCC and development partners. So it isn't just about winning, like getting those relationships. After developing those relationships, you need to nurture the relationship. How do we do that? We do that by continually engaging these development partners. There might be modern trends in whatever you are engaged in, between the two parties. There might be some modern trends you need to get hooked onto. So if you don't get hooked onto those modern trends, the mutually beneficial, the mutual benefits you share may win. So it is up to us to nurture the relationships we are able to develop. And I think this is something that this course I did would actually assist me in doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And then, when you were asked on low enrollment and people's performance in your region, you mentioned an NGO. But at your own level, since you also have gone on training on rights and protection of the child, and also managing change with emotional intelligence, how are you going to use these to ensure that you whip up interests of children as well as their parents, and to boost student enrollments and then maintaining them in school, and also uplifting the general image of your region areas of literacy? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was born in Bonache. Bonache is a village in Nkwanta South. And my dad was the first and only amongst his father's children who was educated. And he has served as a role model for all of us. I mean his brother's children and the entire community when it comes to education. And so he's now off the stage. It is my responsibility as Daniel Machato to ensure that I serve as a role model to these students. I do a lot of advocacy. I do a lot of community engagement. In fact, in my current role, in my former roles. So I think it would be necessary for us as RCC to engage these children, to engage communities, to meet the children, to make them know that you were just like them. You started just like them. I actually, then from Bonache, we lived in Dambai. So I know the terrain in Dambai quite well. So we need to engage them from community to community to make the children know that if they take education serious, this is what they could become in future. So I think, Madam, engagement with these communities and the children is the way to go if we want to whip up interests as regards education. Thank you.
Yes.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Daniel Machato, congratulations. I acknowledge my regional minister, Dr. Lecha, behind you. My colleague, Honorable Sanid, has already said that you are very likely to succeed as a regional minister if you learn from Honorable Dr. Lecha. Not because he's managing difficult people, but he knows how to create a good synergy between members of parliament, district chief executives, and himself. In one of your answers, you said if an MP wanted to do something and then the DC, he thinks otherwise. No DC has any right under any law to determine what an MP does with his or her money. All you need to do is to make sure that the expenditure he or she wants to make is in line with the provisions, whether Public Financial Management Act or Public Procurement Act or even the Local Government Act. Once it covers it, don't get into temptation of saying, let me block him so that, it's not part of our procurement plan this year. But then the same DC turns around and say, borrow me 60,000 to do 6 March. Meanwhile, 60,000 is not part of the MP's procurement plan for the year. So you will succeed. Chairman, I must confess, I'm a son of Oti as well. Nana Gukudia, the third of Baika, is my direct uncle. So I'm the ninth. I'm Kukwasi child. I'm the ninth MP of OT. So take me as one of yours who we work together to make sure we do the best for OT. Nonetheless, I still need to ask some questions. You said you come from Bonache.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. When you're coming from, if you're coming from either Nakbanyili or Bimbila, and you finish the proper route, and you enjoy it, and you go over the bridge, and you are entering Nkwanta towards your hometown, how does the road look like?
The road is quite bad.
Right?
Yes, it's relative.
Are you sure there's a more terrible road in Oti than
it's bad. It's a bad road.
Thank you very much. I think it's, and you know, it's part of the Eastern Corridor. So if we want to open up Oti to either Volta region, Northern region, and others, you know that we need to work on that road that goes through Bonache and the other areas. When I was a kid, there's one unique thing about OT that is going away now. When I was a kid, for instance, my mom has never made a mutio with white rice. I never saw my aunties or anybody. It's always with a special brown rice from Buim and other areas. In fact, I was surprised the first time as a kid when I saw a mutio white, because I've never seen that one before. It's one thing that is unique to OT and part of Volta region, Avatime and other areas. Are you aware that the fact that we are not highlighting this is one thing we are losing as a potential income source for OT?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I accept this, and probably I think it's because of our change in taste as a people. Because the brown rice is still there, but you realize that lately people are trying to live healthily. So they've started going back to the brown rice. And if you realize the prices of brown rice on the market is very high lately. So I think that we, like you are saying, we need to harness the potentials in farming of brown rice and make the farmers understand that this is the new thing coming. In fact, it's an old thing, but it's becoming the new thing again because we are gradually shifting away from the foreign rice we've been consuming to the brown rice. And this we will do in conjunction with the regional agric unit for them to engage the farmers the more, to make them understand that it is economically very viable for them to not switch completely, but even if they could do some kind of intercropping, a bit of the white and a bit of the brown, I think that would actually raise the income levels of our farmers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You know, you have many communities on the lake, and life is not very easy for them, especially in these times when the dam is yielding a lot. What would be your approach to improving the livelihood of our brothers and sisters who are on the lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this respect, this regard, with regard to when the lake overflows and all that, I think most of the time, the systems are aware. NADMO and VRE, they are aware that they are going to spill the dam. So I think we need to do a bit more engagement before the dam is spilled. In that respect also, we should provide alternative housing units so that when the dam is spilled and it gets to it starts taking their homes, they would have a place to live. We would also encourage them to also think about building on higher grounds. If they have to even move away from some island communities, we will engage them and encourage them to move from those island communities, which most of the time are affected when the dam is spilled, to a higher grounds, so that they wouldn't be affected when the dam is spilled. So, Mr. Chairman, it's going to be an issue of engagement, engaging the fisher folks in these island communities so that they rethink where they are staying, especially for the places that are prone to the flooding during the spillage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You'll notice that it is not even only our brothers and sisters on the lake. You know Dambai, all the buildings that were at the edge of the lake, which you and I used to see, because of the nature of what happened, all of them are submerged right now. So as a regional minister, what will be your approach in working with the district assemblies and their planning units to maybe drive home the issue that as for the volume of water that comes into the lake one time or the other, it's unpredictable. So people should begin to, if you want to do big investment, begin to move away from the edge of the river, because you see story buildings, you can't even see the first floor on some of the places, which is somebody's investment that is lost. What will you be doing to work with the assemblies and their planning units to start, advocacy for people to begin to relocate away from harm's way?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the planning unit of RCC and the district assemblies will be actually encouraged to engage in the advocacy like you are saying. Especially these people, these businessmen, they buy the lands from the chiefs and the landowners. So we need to rope the landowners or the chiefs in so that they know that there should be a permissible, allowable distance between the lake and where they could sell land. So that at the end of the day, land will not be sold to someone I should call a stranger, someone who doesn't know the area very well, and in a year's time, their investment is submerged in the river. So I think we should engage the chiefs and then the people the more, so that if there's an allowable space between the lake and, let's say, if it's 100 or 200 meter distance from the lake, they are permitted to sell lands to their clients, that should be adhered to the latter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, please, I'm interested in this part where you say they buy land from the chiefs. I'm sure you're aware of the difference between land ownership and land use, and that land use is regulated by the assemblies and not the chiefs. They may be honest, but how it is used, it is regulated by the assemblies and not the chiefs. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that. So that is where the planning units of the municipal or district assembly will come in. So the chiefs will do the same.
All I
Yes,
insist, you should insist on people getting permits before they put anything there. It doesn't matter from whom they bought it.
Noted, Mr. Chairman.
Get permit before you put anything there.
Noted, sir.
Okay. My colleague asked you a question about children working on the lake. And I know you are in the media. You have noticed lopsided reportage by some NGOs taking advantage of that and cashing in on monies lodged in international funds, claiming they were rescuing children from the lake. I'm not saying that there's no child on a boat currently who is supposed to be in school, and by all means we should stop those ones. But like I said, when I was a kid, I followed my uncles to work on cocoa farms in Baika. It did not stop me from going to school. Perhaps those days somebody could have seen me with my uncles on the cocoa farm and said that it is child abuse or child labor. You, as a media person, I think you are the right person at this time to work out and let the world know the difference between people just basically participating in what they are their parents or those looking after them do outside of school time, so that the rest that are genuinely not going to school because of this or poverty, we can look for them and get them to school. But lumping all of them together, saying that everybody, every child or every young person you see on the lake, maybe helping the father do fishing, is child abuse, or what do you call it, child labor. I think it's wrong. So I think you should pay attention to that and see how we can, because I don't see anything wrong if I'm a fisherman and after school my child joins me fishing. I don't see anything wrong with it. The same way I don't see anything wrong if my mother is a fishmonger and she sells at Agbogluchi or whatever it is. If I can go and help her for 2 hours after school before I go and study, I don't see why anybody should see that as wrong. In any case, like I repeat, in advanced countries, we see young kids sharing newspapers under doors of people, but they never call that one child labor or child abuse. So let us distinguish between what is culturally ours, but does not hurt the rights of a child. And I think we will be able to deal with that. Let's see what you can do within the next 10 months. You have a lot of allies in the House. There are some members of parliament that are very passionate about this, and we don't like the reportage of some so-called NGOs who are basically cashing in on this from funds that are lodged in funds abroad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I side with you on this lopsided reportage like you are saying, and I promise to work at it and ensure that the right things are put out in the media. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I will end here by, you know already that I come from many places. Let me make it public that I'm a son of OT as well. So when you are sharing things for OT, you need to include me so that I take some home as well.
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you. Honorable OT Regional Minister nominee, Daniel Machato, congratulations on your nomination. If you see me being too extended, it means I'm asking you the question on behalf of the Honorable Minority Leader who have wished to be here, but in another serious parliamentary business. And so he congratulates you as well. I see that you have a very extensive background in public relations and communication. And have you written on prison reforms?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a number of articles,
Wonderful.
feature articles on prison reforms.
So as a person who has written extensively on prison reform, how will you translate this passion into concrete action plans to ensure that prison reform in OT region is really, as you have envisioned in some of your writings, and also to address security issues in the OT region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prison reform is something that has been on my heart even after I left the service. And I should note that even after I left the service, I did an article titled "To Punish or to Reform, Prison Transformation Agenda Misjudged." And this I published when the Church of Pentecost helped in building, in fact, the first prison they built, the Edra camp prison. And a lot of Ghanaians didn't understand why a church should be building a prison. And the fact is that Ghana's prisons are overcrowded. Our prisons were built for, in all, the 45 prison establishments were built for about 10,000 inmates. And currently, they house about 15,000 inmates. And apart from that, the sanitary condition, because of that, the sanitary conditions of our prisons, of the prisons in Ghana are so much overstretched. Nsawam was built for just about 799 prisoners, but currently is housing over 5,000 prisoners. So you see the severity of the situation in our prison. That aside, an inmate in Ghana's prison is fed with 1 cedi, 80 pesos a day. This translates into 60 pesos breakfast, 60 pesos lunch, 60 pesos supper. And so you should know that every prison administrator in Ghana is a magician. This has been the case since 2011. From 2011 to 2024, an inmate is fed 1 cedi, 80 pesos in a day. Our prisons are supposed to reform, but with the conditions we find in our prisons, are they really being reformatory? I think we are rather practicing human warehousing than imprisonment, which is supposed to help them to reform. Because at the end of the day, the condition the person finds himself in within the prison makes the person think that society is against them. So are they going to really reform? Is that what we want our prisons to be? When you go to the Western world, the prisons in the Western world are very reformatory. There are reformatory and rehabilitative regimes they take prisoners through to ensure that before the prisoner steps out of prison, the prisoner is able and willing to lead a law-abiding life.
It's obvious to me that you are so passionate about this
Yes,
issue.
sir.
Now, in all the years you've been writing about prison reform, you are a PRO officer. Today, you are being vetted, and God willing, if you are nominated, you are going to be in charge of OT region. Outline your plans working with the Interior Ministry to address prison reforms in the OT region.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, like I have stated in my earlier submission, I'm going to work in close consultation with the Ministry of Interior to ensure that in their budgetary allocations, they are able to drum home the fact that our prisons need to be real centers of rehabilitation. The 1 cedi 80 pesos should be looked at immediately. Apart from that, we should prioritize building smaller prisons, even in the districts. Even if it's a 100 capacity prison, we have a 100 capacity prison, we are not going to overburden the other prison facilities. By so doing, if the inmates, because imprisonment is punishment already, so let's not add any other imprisonment. So if the inmate is being taken through reformative and rehabilitative procedures, the person will have the peace of mind. If it's a job the person is supposed to learn, the person will learn it. If it's a pastor or an imam taking him through psychosocial training to ensure that the person lives a law-abiding life after imprisonment, the person will kowtow to that, will listen to that. So I will engage the Ministry of Interior and other governmental sectors that have something to do with the Ghana Prison Service to ensure that whatever investment we need to do in the prison service, we do that. In my own small way, I will engage partners. In fact, there's only one prison in OT region. That's the
I pray that in
local
this short
prison.
period of time, the legacy you leave is to have transformed prisons in the OT region.
Yes, so
Now,
that will be the Kitikrachi local prison will be my baby. And by the time 9 months is up, I think you would have seen a lot
Wonderful.
of difference.
When the Afro Barometer says that the people of OT region, almost over 50%, have difficult accessing government information. See your background as public affairs and communication. Exactly how are you going to leverage your extensive background in this to address government communication gap in your region?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Luckily for us, almost every district has the Information Services Department. And the only issue is that some of these districts, like Information Service Departments, are not well resourced. So we will engage the necessary organizations or governmental organizations to ensure that they are properly resourced. Apart from that, I would make use of the radio stations and community radio stations listed across the length and breadth of OT region so that the PRO of the region would timeously be engaging the people, radio conversations. They will have opportunities to call in and find out what development agenda we are pursuing, or whatever agenda we are pursuing in each district. There should be someone explaining to the people, and then by so doing, we'll gain the necessary compliance we need from them, so that we could prosecute government agenda. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Article 17 of our Constitution variously talks about the importance of the individuals with disability and their rights. What is your view on the inclusion of persons with disabilities in our government architecture?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that people with disabilities are people like anybody anywhere. So whatever it is that government needs to do to ensure inclusion in fact, the entire government architecture, I think it's something I support. And so I think we should give them equal opportunities to serve in positions just like anybody. And by so doing, they wouldn't feel left out in the governance process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's the challenge you have. You are replacing the only individual with disability at the ministerial level in the Akufo-Addo's government. How does that make you feel?
Well, I accept that it's unfortunate that someone who is a person with disability is leaving government. But I believe also that there are over thousands of appointments that His Excellency the President has done and has the power to do. So we all may not know. There may be a lot of other physically disabled people littered across government agencies in the country. So this is happening, but probably they are well represented in other offices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we can present an opportunity for you to make sure that in these 10 months you become the champion of individuals with disabilities and promote their rights. Exactly what are you going to do to promote the rights of individuals with disabilities? So by the time you finish, you will say that, well, the man is really the champion of individuals. Tell us the concrete things you'll do in your region to promote the rights of individuals with disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think engagement solves a lot of issues. So I would continue to engage people living with disabilities, listen to them, the challenges they face in their daily lives, and in cases where there is something RCC could do to support them, we will do so. Then apart from that, let's say if there are opportunities for any employment, we will ensure that they are properly represented in decisions that we make as regards employment in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So education in the OT region is really a challenge. They have a lot of challenges, and one of them has to do with infrastructure challenges. In fact, a group called Basic Schools Federation for Reading has stated that out of the 48 inland communities, only 21 have school buildings. Exactly what steps are you going to take, working with the Ministry of Education, to improve education, especially education infrastructure, in these inland communities that have serious infrastructure educational challenges?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would continue to engage the Ministry of Education, and as we all accept that it isn't just government that should be burdened with the educational facilities we require in our region, I'll also engage and try to develop a very good relationship with development partners who could come to our aid in developing the much-needed educational facilities we need in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
OT region is one of the newly created regions with serious capacity issues. Leading up to the elections for new regions, one of the things that was the attraction was to make sure that these regions will have the capacity, new buildings, new institutions. It doesn't look like OT region has really benefited from all of the things that we had hoped for when they had their own region. Exactly what steps are you going to take to help build the capacity of this new region Even as we speak, your capital, Dambai, is probably, to use the word, empty. Exactly what steps are you going to take to really bring OT region up to par with other regions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, OT as a region require a lot of developmental projects. And I should say that the briefing I have received and what I have seen on the ground suggests that there are a lot of projects spread across the region which are in various levels of completion. So it will be necessary on my part, if I'm given the opportunity by this committee, to continue engaging the necessary ministries and agencies. If it's a Get Fund supported project, I'll continue engage. I'll engage Get Fund. If it's a Government of Ghana project, I'll push through the necessary agencies to ensure that these projects are completed timeously. As we speak, the RCC currently sits in the office of the Municipal Chief Executive. That's where the Regional Coordinating Council is. And the same thing is the same with the residency. The residency is actually the residency of the Municipal Chief Executive. And these two major facilities for the region are different levels of completion. So I will engage the necessary government agencies to ensure that these projects are completed in time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The people of Santrophi, Akwafu, Likpe, and Santrophi, call them SAR. They've not had government representation for the whole time. They've petitioned government that's a clear injustice. They blame the Electoral Commission for this injustice. Exactly what are you going to do in the next 9-10 months to ensure that the communities in SAL have representation in Parliament?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think representation in Parliament has got to do with the Electoral Commission. And as we speak, I know about a suit in courts as regards this issue. And I think that we should leave this to the courts to judge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I probably will go to my last one. The OT region has a huge tourism potential. You have an opportunity in the next 10 months to take concrete steps to make OT the center of tourism in Ghana. Outline your concrete steps that you will take to make the OT region the center of tourism in Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I accept that there are a lot of tourist sites. In fact, there are other sites that are yet to be converted into tourist sites by the Ghana Tourism Authority. And the biggest problem we have in OT, the tourist sites in OT have, is the road network.
As you answer, I want to know your familiarity with the tourism potential. Outline some of them that you know as you answer the.
Okay, sir. So we have the Kechi Cave.
The advert for OT starts.
Yes, sir. We have the Kechi Cave. The Kechi Cave is in Jasikain. We have the Hanging Mountain, the Shari Hanging Mountain. It's a hanging mountain in the Kwanta North municipality. It's in Shari. We have the Breast Mountain. We have a mountain that looks like, permits me to say, the breast. So there's one here, there's another there. And that is part of the Equiapim Togo range. We also have a monkey sanctuary. We have a monkey sanctuary in Biakoye. We also have, yes, and then apart
from... Did you say there's a breast mountain?
Yes, sir.
Our colleagues here didn't hear you. They would love to visit it.
Yes, sir. So apart from that, the festivals we have in the region, there are lots of festivals that could serve as a tourist attraction. We have the Joji Festival. It's a young festival of the people of Achodi. We have the Akwentutintin of the people of Raura. We have the Nanaba Festival of the people of Kitikrachi and a host of other festivals. And these are all festivals that we could harness to increase the tourism potential of the region. But one of the challenges, like I was mentioning, is the road networks leading to these sites. And I think we would have to engage the Ministry of Roads and Transport and the Finance Ministry to ensure that routes leading to these tourist sites are properly maintained, to ensure that we'll have a lot of people visiting these sites, so we rake in a lot of revenue. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Ghana's corruption perception index has really not been doing very well. If I would score raw 48 out of 100, that made us stagnant. The people of Ghana are concerned about corruption. Corruption at all levels, from the local government to the ministry. The report by the Auditor General talks about irregularities at the local government level. Can you tell us the concrete steps you are going to take to address the issue of corruption and ensure transparency and accountability as a regional minister in the OT region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Corruption at a local level, I am the regional minister, and I'm supposed to ensure that the municipal and district chief executives are at the top in terms of checking their revenue officers, checking the entire line of financial management in the region. So I'll ensure that these district chief executives and the staff, the staff who have got something to do with finances at the RCC operate within all the financial management regulations in Ghana. By so doing, we should be able to, if they are going by it religiously, we should be able to nip the corruption index, we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman of congratulations, Honorable.
Very well. I have two questions. One, because you're so passionate about your former work as a prisons officer. Would you agree that the inmates, many of them were youthful people, and youth unemployment is one of the challenges leading to imprisonment?
Yes, sir, I agree that most of the inmates we find in Ghana's prison, especially for stealing and robbery, are in prison because they didn't have jobs to do outside. I accept.
But you find that many of them have some paper certificate, either what we call JHS or SHS, or some even have university certificates. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, it's not really the case, because if you look at the educational levels of prisoners in Ghana, more than 50% are not educated.
Not educated as in no schooling at all?
Yes, sir. No schooling at all.
All right. And you say that your region has that challenge?
Exactly, sir.
Very well. You see, my emphasis is really about the difference between paper certificate, as we hold on to and proudly display, and skills. I've heard that you've said what you want to tackle is education. Many people, those in the 50% bracket, may think that they've lost out because they don't have paper certificate. I want to suggest to you that if you have opportunity to help people to get skills, they will be probably better placed to do something for themselves or for even get better employed than those of us showing paper certificates. So in your attempt to focus on education, I'll suggest to you that you look at training people to get skills rather than paper certificates. If the skills come with certificates, all the better. But even if they don't have a certificate and they have a skill, they'll be useful to themselves and to their community. The second thing is about money. The biggest challenge I find in many of our communities is that people don't see themselves as part of the governance architecture, as in contributing to the pool for which we provide all the things that we crave for. An American woman told me that we want everything for nothing. When the communities want something, they must understand that it takes our communal contribution to create them. Central government will bring some, but they will not cover everything. You're a communication person. I suggest that you spend quite some time telling or explaining to people the concept of governance. And even if you're not contributing to the national pool, as for the local ones there, I see that you are about 36 years young, not old, 36 years young. Did you hear about Lampo?
Yes, sir.
Now, there used to be a strong source of revenue for the local authorities. Now nobody collects Lampo. As for property rate, I don't know how many.
You say Lampo, can you pronounce it?
Lampo.
What is that?
You don't know.
Land, I know Lampo, but
Pool.
I want to know the original.
Yes,
Land pool.
P-O-L, P-O-L-L, yes, pool, P-O-L-L, land pool. That's like every citizen must contribute. So that was the tax every citizen used to pay. Tankers is a different matter.
That's for sanitation.
Yes.
No wonder you got that.
So there's a need for members of the community to contribute, however small. And you'll notice that now communities don't do anything for themselves anymore. Oh, either they are telling the assemblyman or telling MP or telling MC or even school children now, when you visit communities, they say, buy us a mower to weed our park. School children. You know, so, but a lot of it may be due to misinformation as to what resources are available to those of us in public service. So I urge you to pay more attention to explaining to people their own contribution to managing the districts. Otherwise, I wish you well. I have a list of people I must acknowledge. One is Nana Obombo Lepoura Seura, the president of the Chede Traditional Council. Nana, you're welcome. Ubo Teki Tafutebo, chief of Bonache Esuja. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Boafuamwa, the third, Osahine of Adele Traditional Area in Kwanta. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Subrum Amrusa the second, Nifahine of Chala Traditional Area. Nana, you're welcome. Professor Eric Opoku Mensah, Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Media and Arts Communication. You're welcome. I thought Aspar was still there. Aspar has retired there. Oh, very well. And then my own wife, Mrs. Patience Bafmoni, Deputy Director General, Ghana Prison Service. Nana, you're welcome. Doris Abronye, Second Vice Chairperson, MPP Uti Region. You're welcome, I don't know. How does that concern you? Keep quiet. Mr. Harry O, Chief Director, OT Regional Coordinating Council. Chief, you're welcome. Honorable Nkrumah Ojile Kwesi, Dean of MMDC, OT Region, and DC for Krachin Chumuru. DC, you're welcome. Honorable Felix Osujima, the MC of Nkwanta South Municipal Assembly. You're welcome, MC. And all other persons who came to support the nominee, we thank you for coming to support. I didn't see the regional minister. Very well. Honorable Regional Minister, Dr. Alecha, you don't need any introduction. But we thank you very much for coming to support your colleague. And all other persons who came to support the nominee, we thank you for coming. Now you're discharged. You'll hear from us later. He's not the nurse.
He's not the nurse. He's the nurse one.
Oh, next. I thought the nurse, N-U-R-S.
Mr. Speaker,
Mira.
right honorable, maybe some questions, no myself, I'm a baba. You see the browse here, the nurse would buy.
Until the who will flee. Eddie, and then who bet chairman. Me move is 12 o'clock. We marry the Queen's speech. Vincent Asefua. No, go to the 5 also. They broke them down into.
Honorable Chair.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Honorable.
Honorable Minister. How are you? Fine. Good to see you. Great, thank you.
This is day 4.
Yes.
Kindly bring the next nominee, please. Kindly administer the oath, please. Thank you.
Please, would you prefer the Bible or crucifix? Please, you see this after me.
I, Vincent Eko Asifua,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua, you're the honorable member for Tafu Pankrono. You stepped in the very huge shoes of our late brother, Honorable Anthony Akotose. Right. But this committee, you've never sat before us like this. So kindly take us through your CV. Let's tell us a little more about yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. My name is Vincent Eko Asifua, a practicing Catholic. I started my elementary education at the Good Shepherd Primary School in Old Tafo, and I continued to the Old Tafo Methodist Primary School. From there, I proceeded to the Martyrs of Uganda Junior High School in Kumasi. After the junior high school education, I went to St. Hubert's Seminary, where I had a combination of my seminary formation and my senior high school education as well, where I obtained a WASI certificate from. From there, I went to Care University to pursue a degree in political studies and history. From Care University, I came to have my national service at the National Youth Authority here in Accra, where I put forward myself as a president of the National Service Persons across the country, where I won that election. In 2014, I proceeded to the Central University to have a bachelor degree in law. In 2017, I completed this study. Mr. Chairman, in 2018, I had my master's from the University of Ghana, where I obtained master's in economic policy management. 2019, I also had another master's from the University of Ghana, where I obtained a master's in development finance. 2020, I also obtained my master's in GIG. That was in relation to public relations. Mr. Chairman, in 2023, I was called to the Ghanaian bar. But in 2020, as we are much aware, I put forward myself once again to the people of Otafo, which I had an opportunity to be elected as the Member of Parliament for Otafo. So, Mr. Chairman, since 2021 till date, I have been the people's representative for the people of Otafo constituency.
Looking at your CV, you have piled up how many certificates? I'm discounting the WASI. Bachelor of Arts, Political Studies, Bachelor of Laws, Master of Arts in Public Relations, Master of Arts in Economic Policy, Master of Science in Development Finance, Public Administration, and then Professional Law Certificate. All these together, tell me, what skill can you boast of?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that I can boast of my ability to be able to support anybody that I work with to be able to achieve a desired goal. Mr. Chairman, in doing so, we do so with the skill sets that we've acquired from our education processes. And I also do so with so much humility to be able to attain such goal set. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You went to St. Hubert Seminary. Was it just a secondary school program, or you intended to be a reverend minister?
Mr. Chairman, the processes of enrollment into St. Hubert Seminary before now was a recommendation from your parish priest. It was not based on any attainment of a certificate, either from the BEC or O-level whatsoever. So your parish priest will have to recommend you that based on your proven character, the church is, as it were, recommending you to be a Catholic priest. So it was on that basis that I was recommended in 2005 by Reverend Father Safo Kantanka from the Old Tafo Parish to go to St. Hubert Seminary to be a Catholic priest. So even when I went there, or even before I went there, I did not have my BSc certificate then, but it was purely based on recommendation at the time. At that time, St. Hubert Seminary had not attained the status of a secondary school. So that was how the enrollment process was.
So you still haven't answered my question. Did you enter there with the aim of becoming a Catholic priest, or you went there because your parish priest recommended you?
Mr. Chairman, rightly so.
Is that the reason you opted out?
Well, at a point, to the disappointment of my parish priest and my parents, I felt that I should chart a different path. And so voluntarily, I decided to enter the university to pursue political studies and history.
Very well. Yes.
Congratulations, Honorable Osefua, on your nomination. Let me take you to the seminary. What do you see are the challenges for Roman Catholic fathers? Oh, please, this is a very serious question. I mean, I ask you this legitimate question because of your background. I have seen a lot of challenges, and I don't want to talk about it publicly, but I've seen some challenges. What do you see as some of the challenges for Roman Catholic fathers vis-a-vis some of the challenges they face?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As part of the training processes, I had the opportunity to visit one or two Reverend Fathers. In the major seminary, they call it pastorals. And I was in a village called Freso, I was living with a Reverend Father called Reverend Father James Owusu. Aside the daily schedules of a typical Reverend Father in Ghana, there are some of them who chart other paths, like teaching and what have you. Now, in the event that you do not have any other additional responsibility or schedule to you being a Catholic priest, one of the difficulties that you would suffer is loneliness, or if you like, isolation from the public. It is because if you have your weekly schedule to have Mass in the morning and have Mass in the evening, what that means is that after Mass in the morning, normally morning Mass takes about 30 minutes. So if you start at 6 o'clock, by 6:30 you are done. From 7 o'clock or 6:30 to the next evening, you are almost idle. And so that is the difficulty that I know some of them goes through. And
shouldn't you be reading the Bible? Should you be idle?
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. But of course, you cannot read the Bible all day, all night. There should be a time to rest. And the principle that when you become a parish priest, it is your dedication to the Almighty God. And so one way or the other, you are being taken from your family. And so you become a property of the church. And so it becomes a very difficult situation for them. And that is what I see as one of the difficult challenges of a typical Catholic priest.
Let me deal with the Catholic Church, since you mentioned a practicing Catholic. The Catholic Church, obviously, is a pioneer church. They've done a lot in our society, around the world, when it comes to educational interventions and health. It's clear. But the Catholic Church faces serious challenges, especially in the 21st century. There's a real competition from the Pentecostal movement. You go to a typical town or village, and you go to a Pentecost church in the daytime, on a Sunday morning, and visit the Catholic Church, you see the Catholic Church challenges. If you are called by the Pope and asked to honestly advise on what must be done for the survival of the Catholic Church in the coming years, what will you tell the Pope?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the Catholic Church has 7 sacraments. Not everybody can have all the 7 sacraments at a time. The basis of the understanding of the doctrines of the Catholic Church, for me, seem to be the problem. The question is, how many Catholics are even aware that failure to attend church on Sunday for us is a sin? The Catechism of the Church teaches us that you cannot absent yourself from church on a Sunday. The basis of this doctrine, for me, in recent times, has been a difficulty for us because most churches would plan out these catechism exercises for church members, but it is not highly patronized. So Catholics may not even understand or may not have a full appreciation of the doctrine of the church. If you understand the doctrine of the church, I do not see that there should be any competition or whatsoever with any Pentecostal church. The duty of a typical, or if you like, a practicing Catholic for you is for you to be in church every Sunday. I do not see that competition if you understand the catechism of the church. The solution that I would prefer to the Pope is for us to find ways, if possible virtually, if people are not getting the times to visit their churches in the evenings, to be able to go through the catechism practices. There should be other means for church members to understand, or if you like, to have a full appreciation of the doctrines of the church. By so doing, I do not think that competition will be seen.
As a practicing Catholic, state your clear view on the LBGT plus. State your view for us.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the Archbishop of Kumasi, Justice Yawanoche, and my own Reverend Father, who assisted in my formation in the seminary, would be disappointed. That is Reverend Father Usu Seche, the headmaster of Mopokuare School, will be disappointed if I do not have strong views about this LGBTQ. In principle, the LGBTQ bill that has been passed by Parliament or approved by Parliament, for lack of better words, is one that I support wholeheartedly because it is in consonance with my tradition and culture. It is in consonance with my formation as a Catholic person or as a Protestant Catholic. However, there are reasons for punishment to be meted out to people. There is a principle behind punishment. And one of the principles is to ensure that a person is being reformed out of a criminal activity. And so if we are supposed to reform persons, do we have to mete out punishment that seems to ostracize the person from society? It seems that as a society, we are bringing out our failures. And bringing out our failures in the sense that we are showing our inability or our incapacity to be able to reform people, or if you like, put people through sessions that reintroduces such persons into society. If we are not able to do so, that is where I see the failure. But in principle, I support the bill, but I also think that punishments that are meted out to people that seem to ostracize such persons from society cannot be the way to do our things.
Honorable nominee, I think that to be fair to Parliament, Parliament look at the laws we have and the institutional framework we have in passing this law. If we had a framework in place that allowed, for example, community service, we would have done that. It is not in place. The options there were either a fine or a prison. And so in talking about this, let's talk about, sorry.
Honorable Atacha, kindly take my space. I'm required to read the King's speech on Commonwealth Day. So I'll read it at exactly 12 o'clock and come back. Please proceed.
So I just wanted to, because of the point you made, do we have the option of community service in a law? As a lawyer, you just graduated, you just became a lawyer, so you should know it. Do we have a framework, a legal framework in place for community service today as we are speaking? If we don't, do you agree that the options legally we have were fine and prison? And those have been provided for in the bill currently passed.
Mr. Chairman, I think my point was not tailored towards as to whether or not there is a framework for such. My point was, in the current circumstances, what can we do as the people's representative to reintroduce these persons into society? Assuming that we have a fine and imprisonment as the only option that is available to us as parliamentarians, couldn't we have maximized the fine bit so that there's a way that such persons can be reintroduced into society? Are we throwing our hands in despair to put them into prison just on the...
There was extensive debate, and I think that, let me be very clear, the options for a judge is not to summarily send somebody to prison. For example, the thought about sentences was more to repeat offenders that showed no capacity to reform, that were flagrant in the violation of our laws. And so that must be clear. Fine or prison. So the judge has a lot of options at his disposal. But when it becomes very clear, for example, that this particular person has been fined. For example, let me be very clear. This was intended to make sure that people who are so rich, and that's the history of the record of these particular offenses. If I have so much money that I can just go to court and pay 2,000, then the law is just useless. Every time you arrest me, I'll come and pay the fine. And so by the time I go to court 10 times, it is obvious the law will not work. Under those circumstances, do you think that the prison option then becomes important?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think if we are boxed into such circumstances, it becomes very difficult for you to make any argument against that. But I am looking at a holistic approach to this, whereby as the people's representatives, we can have, even if it's possible, look at having amendment.
Can you tell me today that we have a legal framework that allow people to do community service in Ghana? Just answer that, yes or no.
Mr. Chairman, there is none I have seen.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we're going to go, let's begin with my brother, yes, okay. And then we come to your colleague at the bar.
I just want to take a little bite on what the deputy leader has said before I go to the local governance issues. Do you know that it is even more dangerous to sentence a gay person to community service than to take him to prison? It's more dangerous. Because when you sentence somebody to community service and he goes to live in a community and they know that he is a gay, they will lynch him. They will stone him. No, why are they chasing them around? So you see, even if there is any framework for community service, it is more dangerous to sentence the person to community service than to an enclosed prison where the facilities exist to reform him. What do you say to that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that this buttresses my point that it seems we are throwing our hands in despair. I'm making a strong point that as a parliament, we should be much interested in reforming our people. That is our responsibility as a people. We cannot say that there is a supposed anticipation of gay persons being lynched if they are given community service. And so because of that, as the people's representatives, we are throwing our hands in despair to allow such persons just to go astray. That cannot be our cause. Let's have a proper forum. Let's have proper engagement to see how best we can deal with such persons. It is our responsibility to do so, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me. My brother and friend, you are a sitting member of parliament. So what you are saying that you are doing a post-mortem after the bill has filtered out. Is that the way to go?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm guided. I was just sharing an opinion.
Right. To be aware of that, there is something in the Bible which says that lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. I'm guided.
My brother and friend, can you go to your substantive questions, please?
Yes. Are you familiar with the Local Governance Act, Act 936 of 2016?
Mr. Chairman, I think I have a fair appreciation of the Act.
I'm going to read Section 126 of the Local Governance Act and then ask your opinion on what you think about it. Section 126(1). Parliament shall annually allocate not less than 5% of the total revenue of the country to the district assemblies for development. 2, the total revenues of the country includes the revenues collected by or accruing to the central government other than foreign loans and foreign grants, non-tax revenue, petroleum revenue paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund under Section 3 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, and revenues already collected by or for district assemblies under any enactment, particularly referring to 1262. What do you find wrong with that provision still remaining in our law?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a provision where the Supreme Court had an opportunity to rule on. In the case of Podo versus the Attorney General, the Supreme Court had the opportunity to set out the guidelines as to the determination of what a total revenue is. Now, in the words of the Supreme Court, what constitutes total revenue is, one, what accrues to the state, very critical, and two, whether such money or such revenue is available for the state to use, and three, whether the central government has the discretion to use such revenues. And so, in the interpretation of the Supreme Court, I think that probably there could be an amendment to Section 126 of the Local Governance Act. Thank you.
Oftentimes, you hear that assemblies are dissolved. Assembly members are asked to stay away. That is pending election of new assembly members. What's your opinion about this?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do not think whether it is part of the transitional processes, but in my opinion, I think that it is a way to pave way for new administration to take over. So it's a normal process.
I'm not referring to the chief executives. I'm referring to the lawmaking body of the assemblies. That is the district assembly itself. You know, they have a 4-year term, but when elections are not held at the expiry of that 4-year term, you find the Minister for Local Government announcing a dissolution of the assemblies pending the election of the new assembly members. That's what I'm referring to.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, whether that vacuum exists as we speak. However, I may have to double-check the law and see whether that vacuum really still exists.
Yeah. So now let's move on to Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari.
Council, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Madam.
I now understand why you are always at Mass. Yeah. Yes, he doesn't want to sing. Article 240, don't worry, I'll read. Article 2401E. Mr. Chair, with your kind permission, I read. Ghana shall have a system of local government and administration which shall, as far as practicable, be decentralized. I take you straight to here. I'll read. You can pay attention here. To ensure the accountability of local government authorities, people in particular local government areas shall, as far as practicable, be afforded the opportunity to participate effectively in their governance. Concerns have been raised regarding limited public awareness and participation in local government activities, particularly in rural areas. How are you going to work closely with your minister to ensure that public awareness is created about their need to participate in local governance?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think I agree with you. especially in respect of the architecture of how the sub-district structures of the assembly is. The big question is, how many people are even aware that at the assemblies, there are unit committees, at the assemblies, there are town councils who are supposed to be meeting regularly to be able to make sure that they can have such input from their representatives at the assembly. Such public awareness seems to be on the low. And I think that when granted the opportunity, I will work with my minister to be able to make sure that we have a proper engagement with the various RCCs and the various assemblies, to be able to educate our people and support them so that at the sub-district structures level, we will have an effective assembly. Thank you.
I hope you are able to do this, because if you work in the constituencies, you see the depth of knowledge that some old people have, that they can bring to bear to help us in solving some of the local problems that we have. So it would be a good thing to do. I'll take you to the Auditor General's report. I'll read, in fairness. I don't expect you to know everything over there. So many assemblies don't have capacity to effectively generate their own resources. And so if you look at the Auditor's General Report, paragraph 19, page 15, the Auditor General's report says, I'll show you where it is, 129 collectors at 22 assemblies were paid salaries of 2 million plus, but collected revenue of only 1 million plus, representing 55.2% of their salaries, leading to a shortfall of 1.487 million cedis. So we pay them over 2 million to collect revenue, and they make half of their salary. So the assemblies end up looking for money to pay them for collecting nothing. What will you do in helping your minister to curb this kind of issues?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a general concern in most of the assemblies, even in my own assembly, like the Old Tafo constituency. Before now, we used to be part of the KMA. At the time that there was that demarcation, there was this huge anticipation, even from the opinion leaders and the chiefs, that the Swami magazine will be part of Old Tafo. The idea or the anticipation was that because of the huge potential at the Swami magazine, it is going to give the Old Tafo municipal quite a huge amount of revenues or resources. In the absence of that, because that is an easy way of getting revenue, in the absence of that, what can we do as an innovative strategies to be able to assist the assemblies to be able to collect more revenues? By so doing, Mr. Chairman, I am just a mate. My driver is just on my right-hand side. That is the minister. And so I'm going to support my minister in support of his strategies to be able to broaden the tax net so as to be able to get more revenues for the assemblies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I wish you well. Go and help your minister do well, so that when he fails, you will not plead mateism. Thank you very much.
Yes, the Chairman.
Honorable Vincent Eko Asafwa, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All the while that we were in Parliament, I didn't know you are such a knowledgeable man, you know, the kinds of certificates you've acquired. Very huge. Yeah, and I don't know whether you intend acquiring more or you are going to stop one of these days. I've seen the PhD candidate now. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that in the learning industry, you cannot end learning. Of course, as a practicing lawyer, when we were in the law school, we thought that we have to burn the midnight oil and make sure that we pass. And when we are done, that is going to be our resting time. Unfortunately for us, it is in the practicing that you learn more than when you were in school. And so it's not going to be an ending venture for us.
Right. Now, I want you to pay regard to Article 79(1) of the Constitution. It relates to, the marginal note is about deputy ministers. And it provides, the president may, in consultation with the Minister of State and with the prior approval of Parliament, appoint one or more deputy ministers to assist the minister in the performance of his functions. My humble view is that if you are weak, you can't assist somebody. You must have some intellectual strength and capabilities before you can lend a helping hand to the substantive minister. And we are hearing things like, what my minister tells me, but it seems to me that if you want to really come along with the Constitution, then you should have some assistance to give. Given this short space of time, you have in mind some assistance in concrete terms that you want to give your minister so that the ministry will be successful collectively.
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. I think that the Constitution of the Republic, Article 35, 6, demands of us to ensure that we make democracy a reality. If we are supposed to make democracy a reality, per the Constitution, once again, Article 35, demands of us to ensure that there is proper and adequate decentralization in all spheres of our life. The current circumstances that we find ourselves is that there seems to be an effective administrative decentralization, also effective fiscal decentralization. But we are lacking as far as political decentralization is concerned. And that is why I initially indicated that there should be a robust sub-district structures whereby there is an engagement, or if you like, an involvement of all spheres of our decentralization structures at the unit committee level, at the town councils, so that they can also contribute their quota. I intend supporting my minister in this agenda to make sure that we will have an effective political decentralization. Because if you look at the national decentralization policy and strategy, which spans from 2020 to 2024, in all the areas that we are doing well, it seems we are lacking at the political decentralization. And that is where I intend supporting my minister to be able to achieve this goal.
Just to follow up, we've heard stories about some ministers saying that they don't want the assistance of their deputy ministers. Have you heard it before? And if you are helping somebody, you should rebuff your assistant. How are you going to handle that situation? I'm not saying that's going to be your portion, but I'm saying that can you contemplate that you've been called to warm a ministry, but not to give any assistance because the substantive minister is neglecting to take in your assistance? How would you handle such a situation? Would you report the matter to your appointor, or because it's a constitutional provision, I go and assist. The man says, I don't want your assistance. I can do it by myself.
Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing this for the first time, and I have not for a second had the contemplation of my mind about this situation.
My last question. Have you looked at the constituents of the internally generated funds of the assemblies? Have you looked at it? Because it seems to me that the internally generated fund is a critical component of revenue generation insofar as the assemblies are concerned. Do you know the constituents?
Mr. Chairman, I think that property rate plays one of the important roles as far as the constituents of internal revenue generation is concerned. We have levies and other charges. In fact, income taxes are also part of it. That serve as one of the constituents or some of the constituents of the internally generated fund.
I'm very glad that your minister has a huge capital, behind him, and I know he's a good man, and he should tap into this huge capital. I'm amazed that a man of your age should be able to acquire such intellectual infrastructure. You are a blessed man. You are a blessed man indeed, and I wish you well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Sule. Honorable nominee, I call you my nephew. Congratulations.
Wafa, as I affectionately call him. Wafa, thank you.
Yes. I'm very proud of you, what you've been able to achieve so far. Young, but very resourceful. I just want to ask you a very harmless question. What's your opinion on the election of MMDCs?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a very important area in the sense that Ghana is not a state of autarky. Even just around West Africa, Ghana seems to be the only country that is not electing our MMDCs. I have had time to look at the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Article 243 allows for the appointment of MMDCs. And also Article 55 also allows, or if you like, disallows the appointment of MMDCs to be done on the basis of partisan lines. Now, my opinion is that, one, there should be an election of MMDCs so as to ensure proper accountability to the persons that elects these MMDCs, because it brings about a social contract that is signed by the elected and the electorate, that within these 4 years, this is what I demand of you. Again, not just the elections. I am also of the opinion that it should also be done on partisan basis by amending Article 243 of the 1992 Constitution and also Article 55 of the Constitution. By so doing, I think that you have a better society that can be compared to our nearby countries. Thank you.
I just want to urge you to give your total support to your minister. He's a very good man, especially in terms of political decentralization that you yourself have alluded to, that is a big issue. And then assist him to support the assemblies to increase their revenue, collect more money, and then make sure that they push the money into productive projects. I know you will do that. And as Bobo once said, his minister told him that they are going to have a good time. And I believe you are going to have a good time with Honorable Martin Ejie-Mensah Kosa, if you approve. Go and make us proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Abranti, as I usually call this honorable member. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Looking at your CV, if it has been a political rally, I would have said that we said you do all. When it comes to your faith stands firm as a true practicing Catholic. When it comes to politics, you have Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts, Political Science. And then when it comes to public relations, you are also there. When it comes to law, you get it right. And now going to the ministry where their issues are, apart from legalities, their issues are cash mental, financing, how to raise monies and how to use the monies appropriately. Have an opportunity of being a former member of the public account. Well, the issues of no funding at the various assemblies and real audit queries dealing with how IGF is either not collected at all or collected, but then you can't see how they are put to good use. With all these experiences that you have, with all these qualifications, tell me 2 ways that you're going to assist your minister in that ministry to manage IGF, mobilize the IGF, and also use the IGF for the purposes of which they are meant for. And I also appeal that your minister is here, going for public accounts. At least one of you be present for your MMDCs to know that they are accountable to you, but not to public account. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. I think that in my earlier contribution, I made mention of the fact that this seemed to be a general challenge to most assemblies. And I actually use my own district, Otafo Municipal, as an example. There seemed to be a lack on the part of how we can use innovation to be able to get more revenue for the assemblies. Mr. Chairman, when I'm given the opportunity, I'm going to support my minister to use different ways to be able to get more revenues for the assemblies. 2, I'm also going to ensure that there's accountability. The little that we have, how are we using it to be able to make sure that in the subsequent years, we are able to do more projects from the IGF. If the little that we have is not manageable, then of course, even if you use the best of innovations to be able to get revenues, you cannot be able to have enough of it. And so, 2 things. I'm going to use innovation in supporting my minister and also to ensure accountability of the little that we have. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Esifwa, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You appear to be a bit tense than normal. What's the problem?
Tensed? I'm not tensed. I'm okay. Maybe because you just entered the room. I've had my day. Very, very much composed.
Okay. I can see so you're going to be a deputy minister at the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Very much so, Mr. Chairman.
So we have a minister and Minister of State and then you as a deputy minister. What do you know? Do you have any idea what the Minister of State at your ministry does?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the current architecture of the ministerial portfolios at the ministry now, of course, as you rightly said, involves or includes the Minister of State. In the wisdom of the President, there are specific duties that are assigned to the Minister of State. And so I think that it is something that in the wisdom of the President, he believes that he will be able to support.
Do you know the specific duties?
Mr. Chairman, anything lesser than what the minister does, I think that.
Are you saying that as a matter of fact or you're conjecturing? If you don't know, nobody will hold you responsible. Speak to only what you know.
Mr. Chairman, anything lesser than the minister himself. I think that the Minister of State is able to do so.
The Minister of State instruct you to do anything at the ministry? Give you an instruction to carry out a function?
Very much so.
So the Minister of State at the local government ministry can also give you an instruction as a deputy minister?
Very much so.
Are you aware of sometimes conflict between members of parliament and MMDCs in the disbursement or utilization of the 5% portion of the common fund that is allocated under the law for utilization by members of parliament?
Well, Mr. Chairman, practically, I do not have any experience to such. I have had an excellent relationship with my minister, with my DCE. However, there are snippets of information with regards to such disagreement between MMDCs and their MPs. And so I'm very much aware of such snippets of information around.
Are you familiar with the laws or regulations regarding the utilization of the MP Common Fund? Of course, you are an MP, so yeah.
Very much so.
What circumstance would a DC find it difficult to allow the MP to utilize his or her funds for purposes for which he or she thinks those funds should be applied to?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the purposes of the MP's Common Fund is to support the MPs to undertake developmental projects, or if you like, even support members of their constituencies. It is within the ambit of the DC or the MCE to, as it were, share an opinion as to the usage of the MP's Common Fund. It is not an unfettered right on the part of a member of parliament to use common fund anyhow. That is why, in the wisdom of the framers of our laws, realize that there should be that layer of an opinion sharing as to whether or not the amount of money being used falls in line or is in consonance with what is demanded of a member of parliament. And so there's that layer, and that is how come an MCE may have an option whether to sign or not. If, in the intention of the framers of the Constitution, the idea was that an MP has an unfettered right to use his or her resources anyhow he wants, then of course there wouldn't have been that layer where the MC or the DC will have to sign the MP's Common Fund for him or her.
Well, we passed the law. In fact, at a point in time, MPs were even part of the entity tender committee at Assembly. we passed the law to remove ourselves because we want to oversight the assembly. Will you be surprised if I tell you there's nothing in that law that asks or mandates that any DC should have any right in terms of determining how the fund should be used, except in line with the Public Procurement Act or Public Financial Management Act. So if an MP decides to build a school, the DC have no right to say that I prefer you build a hospital. So the layer is only in the disbursement. That is to approve after everything have gone through procurement and everything. So the DC even doesn't have any right to say, I'm giving an opinion. What opinion does the DC have in the utilization of MP Common Fund?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the example that you just gave, if an MP decides to use his resources to build a school, of course, this is a reasonable opinion of a member of parliament that cannot be resisted by a DCE or an MCE. And so I am not speaking in those terms. My point was that an MCE may share an opinion with respect to how, or if you like, a suspicion of a questionable usage of the MP's common fund. But of course, the example you gave cannot include such instances. There may be some administrative delays on the part of the MCEs or the DCEs, but they do not have any right whatsoever to, as it were, tell an MP as to how some of these resources will have to be used.
Is it reasonable for a DC to ask an MP that we want to use part of your money to refresh people during the confirmation of a DC, or to use part of your money for 6 March? In your opinion, is that a reasonable? Okay.
The name of the fund is MP's Common Fund. Simpliciter.
Honorable Asifwa, I have no doubt you have the competence to support your minister plus a slightly less minister who is the, in your own words, to support your real minister plus the less minister who is the minister of state. In your own words, yeah, he said the minister of state is something lesser. So I'm saying that the real minister plus the other one who wants to be, how is it? I don't know. To do your work. I just hope that there will not be conflict in terms of you as a humble servant trying to work with the two of them. In my view, the position of Minister of State is totally a waste of public funds. That position should be scrapped, but it's not for you for today, but the local government minister. So I wish you well in your endeavor for these 10 months. Let's see how you will help your minister. We are aware that the collection of the property rates has reverted to the assemblies for now. We are here to see a document, but make sure that you work to defend the assemblies, that let them collect their own rate and utilize the money instead of a big man somewhere subletting, collecting their money and giving them part of their money, and yet you say that they don't have money. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ranking.
Congratulations, Honorable. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me start with my connection that gets me excited with your CV. The reason you've excelled is because you went to the best university in Ghana, University of Science and Technology. And in fact, because you stayed at the best hall in Ghana, Unity Hall.
Conti.
It's all right. Conti.
Power.
Conti.
Power.
So that's where my connection with you starts.
Right.
But
I can confirm that is true.
It's true.
Yes.
Conti.
Power.
Right. Now, let me take you to your CV. You were the National Service Association president from 2013 to 2014. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it's correct.
Great. I'm sure that period gave you an exposure on the challenges of the National Service Scheme and what must be done to improve the scheme. Outline some of the challenges that you see with the National Service Scheme, and what must we do to improve the National Service Scheme.
Mr. Chairman, do you mean as at the time that I was the president or the current challenges?
You should have interest in the National Service Scheme as a former senior officer of the scheme. So your experiences then and the challenges they face now, if you have that information.
Mr. Chairman, I think that one of the topmost issues that seem to be a challenge for a typical national service person is inadequate allowances that are paid to them when it is pegged towards inflationary rate. And so at every point in time, even with my experience, we had to engage the National Service Scheme to make some arguments for them to be able to ensure that there is some increment in the allowances that is paid to them. So I know that is one of the topmost issues that affects a typical national service person in the National Service Scheme architecture.
I also see that you were the National Union of Ghana Students. You were the outreach coordinator, 2010. Is that correct?
Very much so.
As soon as I saw nukes, something came to mind. The idealistic nukes in the 90s, what I knew. The nukes that was so focused on making sure they get the right intelligence on things that government will do that they can project that this government policy is going. And the nukes of 2023, 2024, the nukes of today, that has been so politicized. Give us your assessment of the nukes of today and what you think must be done to make the student front a stronger force to reckon with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that as part of the challenges that is faced by the National Union of Ghana students, it's an issue of how leaders of this association are elected. If I am an aspirant of a National Union of Ghana student, maybe the president, and you ask me to pay about 80,000 cedis in terms of capitation before certain persons will be allowed to vote, that is problematic because such an individual will have to go out there to go and look for some of these monies, even from politicians.
Let me understand that. What? Do you pay what? To who?
Mr. Chairman, the point I'm making is that when you want to be a National Union of Ghana student president, currently, institutions are supposed to be paying capitation. This lies at the doorstep of every university. But there seems to be a delay, or if you like, inadequate funds from these universities to pay such monies. So by the time you realize, it becomes the problem of the aspirant to pay such monies before those institutions can actually vote. When that happens, you have to go and look for money from politicians. Now, that politician who gave you that money may want you to do the burden of him. So that has been the challenge that we face at the front of the National Union of Ghana students. It's a challenge for us as young people because I have had first-hand experience in this. And I think that it's a contributory factor as to why the National Union of Ghana students is not that robust, or if you like, that strong as it used to be.
Well, I wanted that you be frank. I mean, are you not worried, for example, that today, after Nuke's election, we are able to say that, oh, the MPP won the Nuke's leadership. The NDC won the Nuke's leadership. Are you not worried about that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm very much worried. That is why I indicated to you that there are some fundamental challenges, or if you like, problems that the NUCS is facing. I think that holistically, we may have to look at how we can help these young ones to be able to revive this association.
So you are basically accepting that this whole extended arm of political parties that is basically reaching out to every institution, whether it's University Professors Association, even the Labor Front, getting to all of this is really a national concern?
Mr. Chairman, I am not accepting that.
What are you saying then?
Saying that there is a problem, and that problem we have to come together as one people to deal with such a challenge. And I have enumerated one of them to you, and that is the point I'm making.
Yes, but I wanted you to know that there's nothing wrong if you know there's a problem and stating it, because it's a fact, and it's all on our minds. That's why I raised it. But let's move on. See a publication in your CV. You did a publication here in 2024. It's a cause or a matter affecting chieftaincy arbitrable. What were we trying to, what was the takeaway on that article?
Well, Mr. Chairman, what I sought to communicate with this article was to establish the distinction between a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy and the generic term chieftaincy matters. It cannot be the same. The Constitution of the Republic and also the clauses and the Chieftaincy Act, as per Section 117 and 26 of the Chieftaincy Act, stipulates or describes what constitutes a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. Now, in the said Act, it states that the nomination, selection, or election of a person as a chief is a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. That is number one. The number two, a claim or a right of a person to involve himself, or if you like, participate in the nomination, selection, or installation of a person as a chief is a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. Number three, the installment or abdication of a person as a chief is also a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. And also, the recovery of a stool property is also a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. Any other matter that falls outside these dictates of the Constitution cannot be a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. And so, if you go to any traditional area and two chiefs are slapping each other, you cannot say that that is a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. Number two, I also sought to explain as to the jurisdiction or the forum where a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy can be entertained. A cause or matter affecting chieftaincy cannot be entertained in any court of law. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and also Section 29 of the Courts Act allows the judicial committees of the various traditional council to sit on a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy. And so if there's a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy in terms of the nomination or selection of a person as a chief, and you do not take it to the judicial committee of the traditional council and you take it to court, that is a wrong forum for you. Issues of general matters that affect chieftaincy may be entertained by the court, but the cause or matter affecting chieftaincy cannot be entertained by the court.
So were you implying in this article that chieftaincy matters like you described cannot be settled through customary arbitration?
Mr. Chairman, customary arbitration is one where, by custom, a chief may sit to, as it were, adjudicate on a matter. Now, if you look at the case of Amamansa versus Yadu Chumwa, where the Asanteman Council had the opportunity to sit on the traditional issue that ensued at the Kenyase area, the Queen Mother of Kenyase nominated someone as a chief. Now, in the process of the nomination, there was an invocation of the Otumvo in Tamkase. the Asante Council that is chaired by Otumfo do not lack the jurisdiction to sit on any Intamkese, or if you like, the great Intamkese. However, if you want an appeal to ensue from such a decision of the Asante Council, you shouldn't have started from the Asante Council. You should have started at the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council of Kenya. And so that is what I sought to communicate, because in that said case, after the Asante Council had given its verdict, the parties involved sought to appeal at the court premises, or if you like, the courtroom. And the Supreme Court had the occasion to enumerate to them that you cannot bring an appeal from an Asante Council. If you want an appeal for a cause or matter affecting chieftaincy, that should have been started, or if you like, triggered from the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, are you familiar with Professor Frimpong Boateng's Interministerial Committee report?
No, please.
You've come across it in the social media?
No, please.
Okay. Let me help you with, at the core of Professor Frimpong Boateng's report was that the Interministerial Committee was charged with the responsibility of investigating and ensuring that we address this challenging issue of Galamsey. Their work was there was a lot of political interference, especially at the highest level, but more importantly, from political operatives. That basically resulted in the failure of their work. Will you comment on this very point I've just given you, and also talk about the failure, our collective failure as a country to win this war on Galamsey? 30%, 36% of rural dwellers today do not have safe drinking water. Yet, this menace is destroying all water bodies across our country. And the ministry you are going to is really key in dealing with this community-related issue, especially at the rural level. You must be concerned about this. Can you address this and tell us, as Deputy Minister of Local Government and Decentralization, what you will do working with your minister to address this issue? I say this in the light of government's new approach to this Galamsey menace. It says that we've brought what you call community mining. I can give you districts, Wassa, another district in the Western region, where the new approach, which is getting us away from Galamsey to community mining, it's a complete failure, because that whole manual of community mining is not being followed. In fact, what is happening is Galamsey with a different name. Exactly what will you do as a deputy minister, working with your minister, to address these challenges, which, by the way, most of the people who are inaugurating this are DCEs, who are in the forefront of promoting these community mining programs. The question is, what can you do to make sure that we win the war on Galamsey and make sure that we do responsible mining to protect our water bodies and protect our forests?
That's a very long question, Mr. Chairman. But let me state that I do not agree with any assertion that there's a failure on the part of the government as far as Galamsey is concerned. I remember in 2017, the president had to put his job on the line. Fast forward in doing so.
Come again. You said that you are talking to the people of Ghana. You're not talking to me. Honestly, look in the eyes of the people of Ghana. Say that the government led by President Akufo-Addo has succeeded in the fight against Galamsey. He has to say it.
You allow him to answer the question.
He just said something. I want him to say it.
He's repeating it, please. Proceed.
My answer is in two folds, Mr. Chairman. I was indicating to you that there has been pragmatic steps that have been taken by this government to deal with Galamsey. We all know about the review of the Minerals Act, whereby there have been stiffer punishment to people who are found as culprits of Galamsey. under this government. So I am saying that there have been steps that have been taken by this government in dealing with Galamsey. I agree, there might be challenges. However, what I intend to do is that I will study the problem, study the issues that surrounds the Galamsey minutes, and have an engagement with my minister to be able to deal, or if you like, contribute in solving this minutes.
President Akufo-Addo has miserably failed in the fight against Galamsey. Will you accept the statement?
Mr. Chairman, that cannot be an acceptable position. I have indicated to you the pragmatic steps that have been taken by this government to review a law and allows for stiffer punishment for persons who are found culpable of Galamsey cannot be a commitment, or if you like, cannot be termed as a failure on the part of His Excellency the President. And I think that he himself has admitted that there are challenges. However, it is not a failure on the part of His Excellency the President.
World Bank is my last question. The World Bank reports that 30% of Ghanaians live below the poverty line, especially rural communities. Can you outline some of the steps that will be taken to empower rural communities to basically get out of this challenging statistics that I've just given you, working with your minister?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that under the National Decentralization Policy and Strategy that spans from 2020 to 2024, there is a program that has been enrolled by the ministry, that is the local economic development, that seeks to empower our young people, women who are vulnerable, to be able to acquire certain skill set in dealing with unemployment situations in our various districts. I seek to engage my minister to be able to strengthen this approach so that the various districts, we can be able to contribute in unemployment situations in our district, and also transform lives based on this strategy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I think you've answered a question on the District Assembly Common Fund. But there's a reason why it is stated that DCs, metropolitan authorities, are the focus of development and not the Member of Parliament. Using the District Assembly Common Fund formula, can you explain in layman's terms the allocations and why this statement that the DC or the MC is really the driver of development and not the Member of Parliament, so to speak? Of course, the Member of Parliament must play a role in that part, but the DC must be the driver. Can you educate the people of Ghana on why this statement is important?
Mr. Chairman, I think 5% is allocated for a Member of Parliament to support developmental agenda in the various districts. That in itself portrays or demonstrates that the Member of Parliament has a limited role in dealing with developmental agenda.
So you are saying that 95% of the funds that go to that district, the 95 goes to the assembly led by the DC.
Very much
it's only
so.
5% of that money that goes to the DC.
Very much so.
The MP. Is that
Very
correct?
much so. Very much so.
So that really supports that statement.
Of course, to whom much is given, much is expected.
There are cases where there has been conflict between members of parliament and DCs, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of it. I had one morning, unfortunately, saw myself in the social media because I was in a clash with my DC on road surfacing, grading of roads, and often as members of parliament, in certain circumstances, you will want to intervene because the community will come to you. As deputy minister, working with your minister, exactly what steps you will take to address these issues to make sure that the working relationship of DCs and members of parliament is really focused on the development of the very district and metropolitan areas?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that I have not had the opportunity to experience at first hand such disagreement or issues between an MP and a DCE. I think that I have an excellent working relationship with my MCE. However, I've already
Fortunately for you, you are no longer going to be focusing on your district. You are now going to be a national officer,
I was coming
and you
to
should be
that.
worrying about national issues.
Yes. Very much so, I agree with you. And I think that was going to be my next statement. I have actually heard some of these things around. And of course, it is in our place, that is my ministry, to be able to find ways and means to resolve these matters. In supporting my minister, I think that we will put the regional coordinating councils at the center of resolving some of these issues, so as to be able to make sure that there's proper harmonization and proper collaboration between the MMDCs and the MPs. In doing so, that is when we can have maximum development at our various districts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable, you are a single guy. You married? Oh, no, please, my friend. I was just trying to draw your attention. You're the most handsome bachelor in Ghana, so the people I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's also on your CV. Marital status, single. That's okay. Well, he's advertising. There's a vacancy here. So. Very well. You know, Honorable Assefa, when our colleague Honorable Collins Dowda was a minister for local governance, an MP complained that his DCE was frustrating him in the use of his share of the common fund. And I was sitting by him when he called the DCE. What he told him was that you have 95% of the common fund. The MP, even if he is an opposition MP, at that time the party was in government, he had 5%. If you cannot use your 95% to do all the things you want, the MP's 5% cannot do anything for you. Take your hands off the MP's 5%. I encourage you to adopt that policy. Let every DC or MC understand that you have 95%. Use it as you choose with your assembly. But the 5% that is reserved for the MPs, allow them the space to use it the way they use, the way they want it, as long as they play within the rules. We approve the the formula, and we define how MPs may use it. As long as the MP has not gone outside the rules, let your MDCs understand that the MP has his room. I'm sure if you do that, you have very little problems with your colleagues. But if you side the MPs, MMDCs against your MPs, whichever side they belong, they will take sides against you on the floor of the House. Understand that. I don't think there's anything more to. You're only going to support your minister. I'm sure you can, and you will. So I wish you well, right? Before I discharge you, I think I've asked him. This one. All right. I've been giving a list of people to acknowledge. I have here Dr. Felicia Dankwa, Jofel Catering CEO. Madam, you're welcome. Mrs. Frida Entry Esquire, co-CEO. Madam, you're welcome. Nana Asantia Bebiu, a representative of Nana Tafohine. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Yawajiman Sechere. In Gosohine of where? Tafo. You're welcome, Nana. Nana Ocheda Kwampim. Nana Yao Dabanka. You're welcome, Nana. I see the MC for New Tafo Pankrono. You're welcome. The constituency executives are here. Chairman Kweju Ochrijima, Chairman, you're welcome. Wilberforce Osei Tutu, Secretary, you're welcome. Elder Atayeboa, Chairman of the Council of Elders of MPP, you're welcome. And Nana Kweju Pipim, Youth Organizer. We thank all of you for coming to support. What did you see? Where is he? Why? Oh, okay. I didn't see you. You're welcome. Minister of Energy is a member of parliament, even though he sponsored this young man from school to. It's known, but here you're here as a member of parliament. So we thank you all for coming to support the nominee. Nominee, you're discharged for now. You hear from us again. Thank you. Nana Atuata, we thank you for coming to support them. Honorable, kindly bring Honorable Sani in. Let's take through quickly. kindly administer the oath.
Please look by the Bible or the Bible. Please, you say this after me. You hold the Bible, please. Okay. I
I, John Kobna Abam Abuasani,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me
So
God.
help me God.
Thank you.
Honorable Abua Sani. You can recognize honorable member for. Honorable, on behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a deputy minister. You're a member of parliament, so by the constitution you qualify already. I will ask you a few questions relating to the portfolio you're being asked to come to. Before then, kindly tell us a little about yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As is been established, Mr. Chairman, my name is John Kobna Abam Abuasani. A Ghanaian citizen, born in the year 1971, 10th August. A married man, married to Mrs. Felicia Sani with 5 children. Hail from Impoho, in the Impoho Fiase district, in the Western region. I started my basic education at Fadama, LA, Abeka 1 and 2, local authority. In our local settings today, it's known as Saito, in 1977. And I completed in 1987. In the year 1987, I wrote the then common entrance, passed, got admission to Abokra State College. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't make it because of financial difficulties. My father was down with stroke, and I'm the first born of 5 siblings. At that tender age, I had no option than to support my mother in petty trading. In 1995, by the grace of God, through an NGO, I was offered the opportunity to study computer hardware and software engineering at Wimpress Computer Training School. And at the end of the training, I was offered a diploma certificate in IT. Afterwards, I went to Atlantic Computer Training School and did local area network management, and went further to do Windows NT administration in the same school. I also went ahead and did Microtech London, and then later went to IPMC to do advanced hardware and network engineering. I had my first job, I was offered my first job I was offered was Deloitte, Two Software Solutions, which is a subsidiary of Deloitte and Touche, as a systems administrator. Later became the head of the technical department through performance and appraisal. 2006, I resigned and joined a colleague, and we established a company called Grosvenor Solutions. And then I was made the technical director. Later, I became the managing director. 2015, 2016, I wrote the mature entrance exams and then passed and got admission to the university to study entrepreneurship, and I majored in marketing management. In the year 2020, I contested the MPP parliamentary primaries at Impoho constituency, won the parliamentary primaries and won the general election, and then became a member of the 8th Parliament. Currently, I serve on the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee, Food, Agric and Cocoa Affairs Committee. I used to be on Privilege Committee. Now I've been nominated to, I'm now a nominee to the Ministry of Energy as a Deputy Energy Minister by the President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Chairman, this is a brief profile of my good self. The rest belong to history. Thank you very much.
Very well. Should I say you're an example of a person with skills? Started working with your hands and raising, and congratulations. But you're going to the Ministry of Energy. The Ministry of Energy people are leaving the chair. Now, tell us, what kind of support the minister should expect from you with your IT background, your skills as an IT person. What kind of support should the minister expect from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time and age, every system and equipment have almost 40 to 50% IT inculcated. And so Ministry of Energy being a technical ministry, I believe with my background in IT, I'll be able to serve my minister very well in all area of field within the ministry.
I noticed that very well. I'll leave that for the, yes.
Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you.
What is your take on green energy, and how do you think it can be useful to the country?
Mr. Chairman, the green energy is the future. Ghana is a signatory to the Paris Agreement, and Ghana is committed to address the climate change and also the negative impact on our socioeconomic gains. In view of this, the ministry have come out with a roadmap, which is National Energy Transition Framework, which seeks to address all these issues relating to decarbonization and emission. And so, Mr. Chairman, I believe we are on course with our policies and dealing with the issues that relate to the green energy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ghanaians are crying that they don't get value for money in respect of petroleum products. In assisting your minister, what are you going to do to ensure that we get value for money? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've taken notice of this particular question. When I'm giving the nod, I will suggest to my minister, and then we will see how we address this issue going forward. But I know National Petroleum Authority is the regulator of the downstream petroleum industry, and they have been mandated by law to regulate all the PDCs, as well as ensuring quality, quantities, and standards of the PDCs. And so I believe as part of their monitoring, and supervision, they should be able to ensure that the customers or our consumers get value for their money. And so, as I said, when I'm giving the nod by this committee, it's one of the strategies or some of the ideas I have under my sleeve to be suggesting to my minister for us to address them. Thank you very much.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Nominee, I want to congratulate you for your nomination to this high office. I want to follow up on the question asked by Honorable Elizabeth on the green energy policy. Now, Ghana has huge reserves of fossil fuels. What advice would you give your minister in case we are not able to finish it before the deadline of 2030, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, from where I sit, I don't have the data regarding the number of years of our deposit of fossil fuel in our offshore. I believe if I'm giving the nod, then I enter the ministry with the help of my minister. If I get the data to know the state of our affairs and the time and the space left for our fossil fuel, with my minister, we can make a nice decision regarding this policy, and then we can move forward. Thank you very much.
I want to find out if you have an idea the reasons for the intermittent power outages, otherwise known as DUMSO, we are experiencing lately.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the erratic power supply is due to technical challenges and fault issues that ECG and GridCo are working around the clock to fix it. It's the normal issues that comes with maintenance and a correctional period that they do. And anytime they carry on such services, they have to put off some of the substations to be able to do what they have to do. And in that sense, I don't regard it as a doomsaw. It's a normal practice. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So, nominee, this thing has been going on intermittently since 2017 to date. Are you saying that every time the power outages are like 2-3 times a day, it's maintenance of the equipment?
Yes, let me listen to you.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't gone into the ministry yet. And so the question from my colleague, I don't have in-depth knowledge of it. But if I'm giving the nod and I go to the ministry, I will seek information from my minister in that regard, and then we'll take the decision and move on.
And then you come back and tell us, is it?
I'm sure you did some reading of the energy sector once you were nominated. Is that correct?
Yeah,
You did some research to understand the energy sector.
Not in full terms.
Yeah, but tell us what information you found. Briefly, give us a summary of what you read about the energy sector and what you think are the problems there, what you think you can help your minister to solve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A brief research that I've made since the President mentioned my name has to do with some of the functions and operations of the ministry. and some few functions of also their agencies in the downstream operation and also upstream operations. Mr. Chairman, these are the brief research that I've done so far since I was nominated. Thank you very much.
Honorable Della, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a very common name lately for electricity supply, and it's Boja or something like that, Anuma Boja. I don't know if he's heard, yeah, Boja. I said it flickers, yeah. Has he heard it? Yeah. So that's how they are describing electricity now. I just want to find out. No, that's how the general description of electricity in the country. Boja. Anuma Boja. Has he heard about it?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I've not heard of this.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman, no further questions.
Yes, Gifty.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My brother, congratulations.
Thank you.
When you were going through your CV, you mentioned an unfortunate past, but I think it's something you need to explain to us and help us moving forward. You said that you had the opportunity to attend one of the finest second institution in the Eastern region, Ibuakwa State College. But unfortunately, due to ill health of your father, you were forced to drop out. So with this experience that you had, get into the energy ministry if this honorable committee approves of your nomination. With collaboration with your minister and that of the executive, if you are to collaborate with agencies of energy to use all that possible and the parliament to generate or release funds to support the free SHS, how are you going to use your experience to impress upon them, if there's any way to do that, to get that done?
Thank you very much. There's a laudable suggestion. I think if I'm given the nod and by the grace of God, I'm able to make my way to the ministry, and then I'm able to find out that there is some available fund which can be channeled, which can be used in assisting in that regard. I will discuss with my minister and make sure that we channel some of this fund to support in this regard. In the name of so as some of the vulnerable indigents within society will be able to have some assistance to educate themselves in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Are you a member of this? Oh, okay, right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, let me use the opportunity to congratulate the nominee. He's such a fantastic person, a great person, and I think this opportunity really has come in time. Indeed, let me go to your CV and say that to obtain a position in a challenging environment where I can utilize my acquired education and skills for the achievement of organizational goals and further enrich my experience through practical exposure on the job. Let me say that this opportunity fits into your career objective. And I am confident that you will definitely do well. The backbenchers say congratulations, and we are happy. Go and make us proud. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, my honest friend and colleague.
Any other from the committee? All right. Yes, leader.
Honorable colleague, congratulations. When was the last time you visited the Energy Ministry? Answer the question. Be careful.
I think last week. I was there last week, Mr. Chairman.
So what did you go there to do?
Mr. Chairman, Minister of Energy has been a place that I've been visiting frequent since I came to Parliament. I've been following up on a lot of projects, rural electrifications, and etc. And so it's been a place I've been visiting most often. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On your CV, you described your inability to enter secondary school at the time you wished as unfortunate. But then, are you not proud that despite that, you have been able to make something out of life, which means that you do not necessarily have to go to secondary school or formal education at the time you want to go to school to be able to make something out of life?
Mr. Chairman, sitting here today, I honestly would agree with my leader. But at that time, it was difficult for me to accept the circumstances I find myself. Seeing my colleagues and friends who in the same age bracket or age group, we have all completed school, we have all written common entrance, all of them have gotten admission to secondary school, and you are hawking around with a pan on your head, selling foodstuff, supporting your mom, and all that. It was a difficult time. But there's no option, and that's what that opportunity that has been presented to me. So I have to hold on with it. What actually encouraged me and pushed me on was my faith and belief. I was a strong Christian, and the fellowship and organization also supported me. That's where I got the NGO to help me to enroll into the computer school. And so I always own everything, and how far I've come, and I own it to the Almighty God, who by His own grace have brought me this far, Mr. Chairman.
As a Christian, and now you see an example of God moves in mysterious ways. Is that right?
Well, I think you should be proud of yourself and say this loudly, because you see, you are not alone. Despite a huge opening for formal education, there are significant portions of our society who ought not be too worried about getting formal education, but acquiring skills. What the chairman said, it's about skills. Ever so often, and all of us do it, we think acquiring formal education and have so many letters against your name, masters in this, PhD in that. I'm not saying they are not important. It's the end. I mean, that is what actually gives you get you to the destination. But you have proven that even without that, you have developed skills. And even if you didn't make it to Parliament or become a deputy minister, you were still going to be able to have a skill that put food on your table and help you put a home together. And that is why I think that instead of downplaying this, you should have actually been celebrating, because this is the alternative to, including my constituency, a lot of people have gone through secondary school. They are home. Why? Because the secondary school or whatever never gave them the skills to do anything apart from looking for a job and coming to you and I every day. You have actually created a job for yourself, and I think you should celebrate that. Yes, exactly. And I don't think selling with your mother, well, maybe at the time it will look demeaning, but today, I believe you will note that if you are given the opportunity, you probably repeat it again by helping your mother sell. And I think I would have done that. So I want you to celebrate that and let people in your constituency know that, yes, even if you write that exam formally and fail, that doesn't mean that you are not capable of doing anything, because you can do something with yourself. So celebrate that. Do you know the price of a liter of petrol this morning?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, no, I don't have an idea.
Do you have a car?
Mr. Chairman, please, I do.
Who buys your fuel?
I do.
So if you buy fuel, how come you don't know the price of fuel?
Mr. Chairman, I don't buy the fuel in liter gauge. I always buy with the amount that I have in my hand. So it will be difficult for me to.
So if you are Deputy Minister of Energy, you go to the fuel station and you just buy. You don't know how much per liter costs. And you see people arguing about price of fuel. How are you able to support your minister to do anything to help them?
Mr. Chairman, if this August committee approves my nomination, from that time going, I'll be very, I'll be taking a particular notice with the price peg at the fuel station.
I think the chairman should direct that every nominee is only allowed to use that rendition twice. That is when I get to the ministry, because it's becoming boring that everybody says when I get there. But you want to get there, don't you want to get there?
Mr. Chairman, if this August House approves me, I would like to.
You mentioned Paris Agreement, which is about renewable energy and all the steps we needed to take to improve the environment and other things. Exactly what practices do you see in Ghana that you say contribute to damaging the environment to the extent of which the world converged at Paris to sign that agreement? What are some of the practices that you think are harmful?
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. From research, the practices that produce the CO2, which is the decarbonization and emission, 80% happen to be our vehicles that run on fossil fuel. I realize in the 2024 budget, the government have taken off duties of VEs, that is electronic vehicles, and its components as a way of encouraging Ghanaians to import more electronic vehicles vis-a-vis the physicals. And so these are some of the measures that has been put in place to ensure that we minimize or we eradicate the carbon or the CO2, and also promote the renewable energy and the green energy, Mr. Chairman.
So you mean EVs, electric vehicles. Now, how is the rollout of every Ghanaian, assuming we want every Ghanaian to have electric vehicles, how is that going to help our economy and the environment in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, we can achieve this. It's a gradual process. Looking at where we are now, and then the policies that has been rolled out in the National Energy Transition Framework. It's a gradual process. We are looking at 2070 to achieve all the content in the policy, Mr. Chairman.
We don't want to use fossil fuel directly into the tank. We want to use EVs. What are we supposed to be using to generate the energy to charge the batteries of the vehicles in Ghana? What fuel are we going to be using?
Mr. Chairman, pardon me, I didn't hear you well. Are you referring to the electronic vehicles?
I'm saying that people want us to use electric vehicles.
Yeah.
It's quieter. Yes, it doesn't burn fossil fuel in the exhaust at the time you are driving the vehicle. But I'm asking you, how do we generate the energy that will be used to charge the batteries of the electric vehicles? What fuel are we going to be using to generate it in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, the electronic vehicles uses batteries, and they are rechargeable batteries, which we use our normal energy to charge them for a certain period, and then you fix them, and it also runs for a certain period. It discharges, and you have to recharge it. So it is our normal energy source that will be used to recharge the batteries to run the electronic vehicles.
You know the proportion of energy mix we have in Ghana, i.e. those generated by solar, hydro versus thermal, fossil fuel. Do you know the proportion?
Mr. Chairman, from where I sit today, I don't have the data in that regard. Thank you very much.
I think the idea of electric vehicles, we must be cautious in how we buy it. I know you know that Toyota and some big producers have refused to sign part of the agreement in Dubai, that they don't believe it is actually a solution. It is basically some people trying to steer the world towards a technology that they have control over. So because you have oil and you can leverage on that oil today, they will tell you, stop the production of the oil, let's use the technology, and that technology is not under your control. So at the end of the day, you drop whatever you have as a competitive advantage to go and buy somebody else's technology. I'm not saying electric vehicles are not good, but as a deputy minister, you might represent your minister somewhere. Be cautious and read carefully what we sign up to in the name of electric vehicle. The fact that you take off tax on the importation of electric vehicles, I don't know your village, but you know, electric vehicles have determined range, what you can drive. If you were to be stuck in traffic on Accra-Tema motorway going to my village, you might actually consume half of your energy. You probably will you may never get to your village. So the technicalities are more complex than the world is making us believe. And that's why I'm urging you to read carefully what we sign up to in terms of our energy transition. The last one is this. So far, what have we actually achieved in terms of homegrown solution as we signed the Paris Agreement? What steps have we taken to domesticate that agreement, which will not make us lose jobs, also generate revenue, and also improve the environment? Do you know any action taken so far?
Mr. Chairman, the Paris Agreement, I don't have the details knowledge of it as I sit here, but I believe when I'm giving the nod, I'll take advice and make sure I go through and get myself abreast with it.
I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Former Minister for Energy.
My brother, Honorable Abua, congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Let me disclose that you are my neighbor. And If I take A from your name, we have the same Boa. So you are really my brother. Nonetheless, I will ask my questions. Really, your story is very inspiring. Started from a very humble beginning, a lot of challenges, but you persevered, and today you are sitting here as a nominee at the national level to be Deputy Energy Minister. Very inspirational. Can you tell a young person who is in your circumstance today, going through the same struggle, address him and tell him that there's hope? Can you tell him what he should do?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, because of my background and how far I've come, one of my cardinal policy, or one of my key persuasion policy as a member of parliament in my constituency has been to help the indigenes in the same state that I find myself some 30 years ago. To give them opportunity to have education. And so we come out with a scheme, a scholarship scheme, which within 3 to 4 years of my stewardship as a member of parliament, the enviable constituency, I'll be able to offer 41 indigenes from my constituency studying abroad as I speak to you in various fields. And it is a policy that I'm pursuing vigorously because I realize that a lot of indigenes within my constituency are in the same scope of life that I found myself some years ago. And so with this opportunity given to me, I just want to tell everybody who is watching me at this time and at this stage is that life is about yourself and what you can make out of it. It's about your vision and what you want to make out of life. I have been saying that we have some people who were born and never saw their parents, either mother or father. And through the days of their life, today some of them are CEOs and some of them are holding public offices, that they are doing well. And so life is about you. And so sometimes when I hear people complaining with the reference, my father did not help me, my mother did not do this, and I attribute their failures on their parents, I sometimes don't want to buy the idea or buy into it, because I believe God brought you to this world and gave you some potential that you can develop on your own to be a better person and also help the others in society. And so my senior colleague and my former Minister of Energy, this is a brief advice I have for my colleagues out there.
Much. I see, because of your background, and it's a very important one, skills development is key to really getting the job of your dream in the 21st century. I've seen young people who will do all the certification, and some are even staying in Ghana making so much money because they've gone into such skills development in your background. There are so many young people as well who are still fixated on English legacy, formal education. What advice do you give to young people on how to really empower themselves in this century with skills, the jobs of the future?
Thank you very much. I believe in skills. I believe in what you can do with your hands. I believe what you can do with your brain. And so skills training is the way forward, and that is why I support the government vision of the MVTI project. Across the country, government have established a lot of MVTI, National Vocational Training Institute, across the country, which basically the policy is to train our youth in skills training in various fields. That is engineering, carpentry, masonry, and other skills that we can think of. And so I believe with this background, in the near future, we'll have up-and-coming youth that will pursue their own future with what they have learned and work with, instead of going around with their certificates and looking for already job in the market. Whilst a little, just 2 or 4 attempts of applications to 2 or 3 institutions and they don't succeed, then they go back and they begin to murmuring and blaming their parent. But I believe skills training is a way forward for this country, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm going to ask you some few energy questions. Don't tell me when you go, you talk to your minister, because those ones. And your preparation, I'm sure you know what the Ministry of Energy is about. Tell us the mission of the Ministry of Energy.
Mr. Chairman, pardon me, are you referring to mission or vision? Mission.
Mission.
Mr. Chairman, the mission of the Ministry of Energy is to develop and ensure reliable supply of high quality energy services with minimum cost. With the minimum cost into Ghanaian economy through formalization, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, policy.
That's very good.
Thank you very much.
That's very good. So, rural electrification, as Member of Parliament, I'm sure you've been going to the ministry to try to make sure all your communities are connected. It is so important to every rural community, a lot of places. And our goal is to make sure that every community has electricity. Do you know the access rate of the Ministry of Energy?
Mr. Chairman, from the State of the Nation address delivered by the President, the document comes out to say currently we have 88.85% electricity access coverage. The government is looking at universal access by the end of this year. And so last year, 207 communities were connected to the national grid. And this year, in the State of the Nation address, 400 communities will be connected to the national grid through the self-help edification project and other 10 key projects, Mr. Chairman.
The ministry, let me give you the record. The ministry says they have 88.85. They're still struggling to get us to 90%. When you get to 90%, then we have universal access to electricity. Now, exactly what will you do to help the minister achieve this universal access?
Mr. Chairman, when I'm giving the nod again, with the help of my minister and my colleagues, deputy ministers, and the technocrat at the ministry, I'll be abreast with the day-to-day information in the area of this expansion coverage, and then I'll be able to make an informed decision. But at this point, I can't make a definite, Mr. Chairman.
there's always a call by people who say that, listen, if you foresee a problem that there will be shortfall in power supply, give us the calendar, give us a schedule as Ghanaians so we can plan our lives on it. Like it happened just yesterday or so when there's African Games and the light went off. Was this something that ECG or Greco knew? Do you think that that call is a good one, that Ghana Greek company who sees the bigger picture, working with ECG, must always come out with a calendar when they foresee a problem? Do you agree?
Mr. Chairman, if I heard my senior colleague, I don't know whether it's in the form of advice or a question. If it's in the form of advice and it's well taken, I would say big thank you.
It's not advice because you are going there as energy minister. And one of the things that I want you to enforce is to be able to help your minister to tell Greco and ECG that make sure when you see that there's a problem, you send out the calendar to the people of Ghana. I want you to tell us that you be very firm in informing these utilities to bring calendar to Ghanaians so they can plan their life on it. That's what I'm asking you.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I've taken notice of this particular suggestion or question. I'll discuss with my minister when I'm giving the nod, and then this schedule will be enforced as suggested, Mr. Chairman.
Are you aware of the term doomsday?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've heard it.
Do you know what the root causes of doomsday are? What are some of the root causes of doomsday?
The doomsday is a term in our local language which have not been well defined. And so it will be difficult sitting here to say I know specifically what is the doomsday, Mr. Chairman.
Have you experienced doomsday before? I'm coming.
Mr. Chairman.
Have you been in your room and you were about to take a shower or something and the light goes off and you don't know where to pass to get to your bedroom? You are stuck in the bathroom and it's dark.
Mr. Chairman,
that's the experience.
Mr. Chairman, this is a normal light off that we all know in our normal life.
So, will you describe that as the type of doomsday we are talking about? Okay, let me move to another question. Do you know, let's talk about ECG a little bit. ECG. ECG is one of the most important institutions, and this is very important. If you look at the energy sector, the power distribution, they are like the guys at the very bottom end of the value chain. Everybody is producing power. They are the main guys who should collect the money so that they can pay the person who is producing the money, the guy who is putting the wire to bring you the light. That's Greco and everybody else. Do you know that? That's ECG basically role. Now, we have a problem with ECG. And one of their problems is that they are not able to collect enough money to pay these people who are producing the power and those who are sending the power to them. And let me tell you one of the problems, because I don't want you to say, no, when you go to the ministry, so you can answer my question. The losses, according to the recent data I have, the losses, whether technical or commercial losses, when they give ECG the power, by the time they get it, they've lost 30% of the power already through, one, technical losses, that is equipment that are old, things that are old that they have not been able to make, or commercial losses, because they themselves cannot manage meters that are old. Somebody says, my meter is off. ECG cannot get them to go and place the meter on time. So by 2 months' time, by the time you go, the person has used the electricity free. these are all commercial losses. If we put it together, it's about 30%. The average that we want ECG to get to is about 6%. So this foundation should tell you have a problem with ECG. Tell us what you would do to help get ECG to be more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've heard bits and pieces, the challenges that the ECG is going through. Mr. Chairman, as a deputy minister, before you can make an informed decision and also advise your minister, you should have day-to-day running data information to be able to come to a decision before you can advise your minister or seek help in this regard. At this point, from where I sit, Mr. Chairman, it will be very difficult for me to prescribe any solution in this regard. So, as I keep saying, Mr. Chairman, again, if this August committee gives me a nod, and I'm giving the information by the technocrat at the ministry, and then my colleagues, deputy ministers and minister, that's where we can sit at the round table and then discuss some of these issues. Thank you very much.
So, Member of Parliament from the Western region, I'm sure you are a little familiar about the oil industry. Do you know how many producing field, major one, 3, that we have? Do you know them?
That one, yeah. With a little research that I've done, I have a fair idea about the 3 major.
Okay. Do you know any new additional field that has been added since President Akufo-Addo became president?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I don't have idea.
Yeah. I can tell you that, there has been additions to Jubilee, South, East, Greater Jubilee. But President Akufo-Addo has not brought any new development fields. And let me tell you that it's a concern to us because the 3 fields you mentioned.
Honorable,
I'm asking my question.
Here as a member of the PC, Petroleum Commission
Yes,
Board. So
new field.
New
field.
Stay away from that.
New field. New field.
Please stay away.
Okay. What can we do to make sure that all the investors that have left come back to Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, again, from where I sit, Mr. Chairman, I don't have idea of any investor who have left the shores of Ghana in the area of...
You don't know them, right?
I don't.
I'll tell you some of them.
And the reason why they left, I still don't have any...
You don't have any
information.
idea?
So it will be difficult for me
Okay. Investment in the upstream sector is suffering. So I hope that you get a nod so you can help the minister in this short time to really increase our oil production. Okay? I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. My senior colleague and former Minister for Energy. Thank you very much.
Honorable Abam Abu Asani, when did you live at Bekwai?
Mr. Chairman, pardon me.
What period, at what time in your life were you living at Bekwai?
Mr. Chairman, personally, I have not lived in Bekwai, but it is my father who lived in Bekwai with his uncle some time ago. So that's where my father schooled and grown up with my grandfather, who happened to be an uncle to my father. So I'm familiar with Bekwai, but I have not lived there. Once a while, because we have our family settled there, once a while, when there are issues or there are some occasions in terms of wedding, funeral, we run to Bekwai and then have some family gathering and all that. Thank you very much.
So who specifically did you relate to when you came to Bekwai once a while?
My grandmother, Auntie Abba. Auntie Abba.
Was it Warabai?
This name is a new name. Yes. But Antiaba, the olden days was very popular because of petty trading in so many. So he's well known in Bekwai.
All right. Did you relate to the very popular kinky maker called Warabai?
Mr. Chairman, is there another name for my grandmother? Is there another name of my grandmother?
Yes, she was very popular for making the best kinky at Bekwai Pramaso. Very well. That is just to show the link you had with Bekwai. But my interest is in developing skills. You said you're setting up scholarships and so on. I think your story is a motivation, but it's also a lesson about the pride we take in having certificates rather than having skills. So I'm only just encouraging you. When you're setting up anything to assist young people, focus on helping them get skills, not certificates, because skills will help them along their way. Certificates will make them dependent on others. That's all I want to say. Yeah. Okay. So I wish you well. I know the ministry is a busy one. You'll certainly be, you'll be busy. But remember that you're a member of Parliament first and foremost, okay? At this juncture, I will acknowledge those who came to support you, and then I'll discharge you. Osaber Mako NC the second, Omanhin of Mpoho traditional area. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Achi Kwesi the fourth, divisional chief of IEM. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Kufi Dusa the second, divisional chief of Adum Dominase. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Nyako the third, divisional chief of Tribum. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Kwaku Bompe the first, Adum Manso. Nana Yao Fatuhu the second, divisional chief of Mpoho. Nana Boa the sixth, divisional chief of Mpoho. Nana Ya Techi, the Queen Mother. Nana, you're welcome. Now we have Honorable Ignatius Asa Mensa, the DC of Mpoho. You're welcome. Honorable Isaac Awotule, presiding member of Mpoho District Assembly. You're welcome. Honorable Francis Ndede, regional chairman, MPP. Yes, sir, chairman. Mrs. Felicia Sani. Okay. First lady, you're welcome. Honorable Razak Ekon Dazi, the constituency chairman. Welcome. And all other persons who came to support the nominee. We thank you all for coming to support the nominee. And now you're discharged. You hear from us.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Kindly administer the oath.
Please, will you go by the Holy Bible?
Bible.
Please. You say after me. I
I, Collins Adumako Mensah,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Honorable Collins Adumako Mensah, on behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as the Deputy Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Chairman.
First, you're a member of Parliament, so you've cleared the first hurdle. Qualification is not an issue. Now, we want to know a little more about you, and then we'll ask you some few questions to assure ourselves that you're capable of supporting the minister. So, tell us a little more about yourself.
Thank you, Chairman. Name is Collins Adumako Mensah, as earlier mentioned. Was born in Amwako in the Fija-Kwabre North District. Proceeded to Accra. I had my formative life in Dansuman. Attended primary school in Dansuman. Ended up in Presec, the Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, Legon. And then I proceeded to the University of Ghana. I'm a proud Vandal. And Chairman. I'm a proud Vandal. After school, Mr. Chairman, went back to Legon to do my master's. For over 10 to 15 years, I worked in the banking sector before I was elected as Member of Parliament in the year 2020. Mr. Chairman, the rest, I'm sure, the CV speaks more to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Adumako Mensah. Now, I want you to tell me, what is it that you bring to the ministry to support your minister? I've seen your qualifications. I know you're a vandal. We know what we are each capable of doing. But this is energy. What do you bring to the ministry to support the minister?
Mr. Chairman, my CV is clear that I've literally been in the finance space, having worked at the bank all my life. And so I come with some finance background. And currently, as you know, energy is finance. And I'm sure I'm going to make my finance experience available to my minister.
How do you intend to use your energy experience to help ECG to reduce their technical losses, or how do you intend to use your finance experience to help the minister?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of ECG's technical losses, I'm sure when I get the nod, I'll get to understand exactly what technical losses and all that means. But for me, I'm quite clear in my mind that just over the weekend, we had a retreat. I had the opportunity to join the other agencies under the Ministry of Energy. And I got the opportunity to understand the architecture within the space. And it's still a learning process for me. But I can assure you that, Mr. Chairman, when I get in there, I'm going to do my best to assist my minister.
Yes, Honorable former Deputy
Congratulations, Honorable, for
Thank
your
you, Senior.
nomination. I see your background, the banking sector. So I'm taking you to the banking sector. One of the unintended outcome of the banking sector cleanup was basically a large number of indigenous banks, Ghanaian ownership, having been wiped out. And there has been a lot of commentary on that. Give us your view on the importance of Ghanaians leading the commanding heights of the banking sector in Ghana.
Well, Mr. Chairman, fortunately, there are still a lot of indigenous Ghanaian banks around. GCB Bank is still a very, very strong bank. The banks that were, as it were, collapsed, if you recall, were merged and taken over by some of the big Ghanaian banks. CBG still stands as a Ghanaian bank, and GCB is also a Ghanaian bank.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't take away the reality that the Ghanaian owners, by and large, were wiped out. Do you agree?
I said GCB Bank is still a Ghanaian bank. It is a Ghanaian bank owned by.
The reason I brought the question was that I can give you a list, and you tell me that who have done approach the cleanup differently based on your experience in the banking sector to protect, for example, the Unibank, to protect Indum Bank, what's the name? And all those banks that go from UT Bank and GN Bank, these banks were led. Obviously, a lot of Ghanaians know these owners, whether it's Mr. Indum, whether it's, so you know them. And I'm saying that, do you think that we could have done it in a way that preserved the ownership of these banks?
Mr. Chairman, it will be a difficult question for me to answer, especially I don't have the information the authorities had before they took that decision.
Yes, now the space is available, yes.
My dearest brother and friend, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You never told me that you've backed 2 master's degree. Or you used to have a tete. You never told me that, oh, you were that learned, you know. I'm so proud of you that looking at your CV, 2 masters at your age. But my concern is that at a young age, born in 1983, you are married with 3 children, and I'm 62, and I've only 3 children. What kind of man are you? What? This man.
Mr. Chairman, my wife is here. I'm sure she will help me answer this question.
Okay. You know, when the president delivered the message of the state of the nation, he paid regard to the energy sector bill. And he stated that it was in the area of about $1.2 billion. And this has come about substantially because of the monies we owe the IPPs. And the major problem with that was that because of the take or pay inheritance from NDC, which is that whether you enjoy electricity or not, you use it or not, you have to pay. And when the MPP contained this pernicious arrangement, over time, the renegotiations we've made have saved the nation $9.1 billion. Because we needed to repackage some of the contracts. You should tell the committee, do you see the take of pay as...
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
kindly, as you asked the question, I'm not aware of any 9 billion saving. You can quote the source, please.
Honorable, now, hello, I'm in control. Please go ahead.
Yeah, he knows I can't deceive anybody. Yes. With your finance background, I want you to tell us whether the take or pay was an ambulance arrangement in which, because of emergency, we were strangled financially. That's my first question.
Mr. Chair, I'm not seized with all the details. It will be extremely difficult for me to answer this question.
Maybe let me do a follow-up. You see, the take or pay arrangement, if you reduce it to the lowest understanding, it's like when you go to a chopper, you know, locally there's what we call the chopper. And the one who is running the chopper tells you whether you eat or not, you pay.
The chopper tells you, or you agree with the chopper,
Yeah,
serve me fufu. Whether I eat it or not, I'll pay.
I think that's a better rendition.
Oh.
Yes. 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 I'm asking you that, do you think this arrangement, with your finance background, where a service is not consumed, nevertheless, you tie yourself down, that whether you consume it or not, you pay, using your finance background, do you think this is a pernicious arrangement which is really costs the nation a lot?
Mr. Chairman, on the face of it, as you narrate it, it sounds a little bit awkward. But as I said, the circumstances may be different. And I'm not seized with those circumstances. I'm a little bit difficult for me to proceed with an answer.
Have you paid regard to the attempt by the MPP government to bring into the energy mix the nuclear energy effort? Have you paid regard to that?
Yes, I got to know of it over the weekend when I joined the Energy Ministry's retreat.
And, do you hold the view that if we have the space to continue the governance of this nation and we bring the nuclear energy to full throttle, we could be a net exporter of power to West Africa under the MPP?
Listening to the briefing that I got during the retreat, it is a very, very laudable project. Already, government has taken some steps. I know they are acquiring a space for that, and in the next few months or so, vendors will be shortlisted for that process. It is a very good initiative.
My last question. Are you aware that we have, it's been said, you know, scientifically, that we have a whole oil reserves onshore in the Voltaire Basin. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I got a little briefing on that.
But does it excite you that if we should continue in power, then we'll be able to optimize, apart from you know, those that we are doing, I mean, offshore, we'll be able to really come out with serious, crude oil supplies. And
yes, it sounds a very exciting activity, especially when the cost associated with exploring onshore far, far cheaper than when you do offshore.
So is your prayer that we should continue in government? Is it not?
That has always been my prayer.
Mr. Chairman, I've ended my interrogation of the nominee.
Very well. Let me start from here.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I want to congratulate the nominee for the nomination. In your experience as a banker, my chairman asked you a question about take or pay. Would you then agree that the current minister signing an agreement for take or pay 720 megawatts is good or bad?
My answer to the earlier question was that I'm not seized with the facts, and so I could not answer that.
Okay. Now, seeing that the price of fuel in 2016 under President John Dramani Mahama was 3.75 cedis a liter on average. Today, the same liter is 15 Ghana cedis. Would you agree that it is bringing untold hardships to the citizenry of Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, I am also a customer, and I buy fuel. Ordinarily, I would have wished that the prices were down. But I'm sure government is working around the clock to ensure that the prices come down.
Mr. Chairman, government increased the percentage of tax on ESLA. Is the nominee aware of how much revenue government has raked from the ESLA?
I'm not aware.
You are not aware?
I'm not.
So let me let you know that revenue raked is 7 billion, and the energy sector debt should long have been settled. So as a banker, when you go, advise your minister on how to use the ESLA revenue properly.
I'll do that. Thank you, my brother. I should be over again.
Checking your CV, I didn't see the gun, so I thought he didn't understand. I know he speaks gun. But let me congratulate you once again. I think clearly you've demonstrated hard work and you've shown that whatever is given to you, do it diligently and you perform beyond what people expect you. I wasn't surprised when your name was mentioned for this position. And I'm confident, coming from Commonwealth, the truth will always stand. And the truth is that you will deliver and perform.
Sharp.
We are confident and we are proud of you. The backbenchers are here to support you. And congratulations once again. Mr. Speaker,
sharp.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
That's all the question to sing. A Vanda song. Very well. Elizabeth, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Collins.
Thank you, madam.
Here we can't do 1D, 1F, so we'll go straight to the question. According to the Ghana Energy Commission, the national electricity access rate reached around 84% in 2022. However, these statistics mark significant disparities, with urban areas boasting rates exceeding 95%, while rural areas still lag behind at around 67%. This lack of access to electricity hinders development in rural communities, where I come from. What specific plans do you have that you recommend to your minister to implement to bridge this gap? Thank you.
Chairman, I think the latest information I have, based on the President's State of the Nation, puts, 2023, puts the coverage at 88.85. So there's been a little improvement in that. But in terms of the rural areas, I know some areas are hard to reach. And my advice to my minister is for us to fall on renewable energy, i.e. solar, to enable us reach those areas. Thank you.
Okay. I hope that your advice will be taken in good faith, because there are areas that are difficult to reach, yes. But there are areas that are not difficult to reach at all. Like Tanobuase, near Tobodom. You can walk there. So there are areas that we can do the extension painlessly.
The president talked about 400 communities this year. I hope that the town you mentioned will be included in the 400.
Okay, we are standing by. According to Energy Commission, an international trade agency, Ghana has set ambitious goals for increasing renewable energy generation, aiming to reach 2,514 megawatts of capacity by 2030. Given these ambitious goals and the current state of renewables, what specific strategy will you recommend to your boss to help implement or achieve this goal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the whole idea is to, if I understand your question, is to increase renewable energy within the mix. The best is for us to invest more in that particular space. Currently, it stands at 3.2% within the mix. And I hope to advise my minister for us to invest more, and even invite private sector to join in that space.
One do one if that field is still on your mind. Congratulations. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you, Madam.
Looking at your CV, I get more excited. And with where President Nana Akufo-Addo have asked you to go and support, you have MA Economic Policy Management, and then MBA Finance. And you know, energy is money. It's not a matter of you want lights in our homes. So with these two impressive qualifications, how are you going to make your impact felt in areas of energy supply and sustainability in the country? Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's true that, yes, energy now is very financial. A lot of money is involved in that space. I've already indicated my willingness to assist my minister with the experience that I have in the finance sector. And I can assure you that I'll do so.
Honorable, knowing what you have done in few areas that you have made your impact felt, I hope this committee will approve of you. So I want to say congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rather, congratulations.
Thank you, Senior.
I noticed from your CV that you are a board member of Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, right?
That's true.
What kind of things does the board of Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund do? What are your main responsibilities or functions?
Well, we don't involve ourselves in the day-to-day running of the company. However, per the law, we meet at least 4 times in a year to consider activities within the whole organization. We set strategic decisions and allow trickle down to management to implement. That's basically what we do.
Who makes decisions as to what investment portfolios you take on? You want to invest in this or that? Who makes that decision?
Well, I think the board has subcommittees, which has an investment subcommittee. But normally the requests come from management. So if management sees that we have to invest probably in road or anything, they bring a report to the board, and it is first taken to the subcommittee responsible for investment, and then subsequently to the full board before a decision is made.
So you give authorization, assuming it even came from the management, you give authorization to the kind of investment portfolios they take?
Yes, it has to go through, I think we have an investment guideline, and so it comes to the board and we have to tick the boxes to see that it meets all the guidelines.
What considerations did the board take into account for investing in the platinum properties, specifically the Pullman Hotel at the airport?
Mr. Chairman, if you check my CV, I joined the board, I think in 2001 or 2002. That particular transaction happened before I joined the board.
Has the issue come for discussion at any board meeting whilst you were there?
Yes, obviously, because sometimes when we meet as a board, the investment committee will give us a breakdown of the investment portfolio within the organization. Yes.
Is that investment currently active? Is it ongoing? Is the hotel being built?
The last board briefing I got was that yes, the construction has started, but 2001, when we had a global crisis, some of the investors, or 2020, 2021, some of the investors or the banks who had committed to invest part of the whole funding took a back. And the last meeting we held, based on the current improvements within the global space, there seemed to be some light under the tunnel.
Are you aware Parliament granted $23 million tax waivers, and Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund was investing over $25 million in that hotel?
I'm aware of the tax exemption, yes.
You're not aware of the $23 million equity investment by the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund?
I'm aware of that, but as I said, that decision was taken before I came to serve on the board.
Let's go to the second one. Are you aware of the AI SkyTrain project?
Yes, I'm aware.
You know about that?
That also precedes my coming onto the board.
That come to a discussion of which you were part?
I think it became topical after it came up during the Public Accounts Committee, and I reckon the management of GIF issued a statement to that effect.
Was it ever explained at the meeting why Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund paid $2 million to AI SkyTrain project?
My understanding was that at the time, it looked a very viable project. Government was to provide some counterpart funding, about $5 million or so. But some of the investors pulled out when the global crisis came up.
So, in that relationship, how do we get our money back? Or is it a case that you have put in your money, it's been spent, the project is not going on, so your money is gone? What is the board trying to do currently to protect the investment, $2 million of Ghanaians' money?
The board has not taken any decision yet.
Banker, if this were to be a private person's money, $2 million given to you to invest in a project, do you think that the private client would have been saying, well, it didn't go well, so my $2 million is gone?
No.
Why is the board not looking at that $2 million as hard-earned cash of Ghanaians and pursuing the recovery of that money?
As I said, the board has not taken a decision yet, and I don't think I can sit here and speak on behalf of the whole board. But of course, discussions about it has come up, and I'm sure we'll get to a conclusion very soon.
I think the board has done well, knowing very well that you and I are members of parliament. We have issues in our constituency. You hear colleagues asking, and you said the president said you provide rural electrification to 400 communities. You know that even the one we have approved in 2016 is still not complete because of money. So as a banker, don't you think that, and a member of parliament who is a beneficiary through your, or your people through you, you should have been an advocate of pushing that, let's recover the $2 million, because it appears currently nobody is interested in recovering the money.
I don't think so. As I said, the board has not taken a decision on that yet. But of course, yes, as a banker, it doesn't sound right to have invested and not get the money back. But we also must understand that not all investments get to what we expect at the end of the day. Some investments sometimes fall out.
So, okay, this project, where did it come from? From the board or the management? Where did this SkyTrain thing come to to Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund? Who actually brought it? Is it the board, the management, or who actually came up with this idea?
I was not a member of the board then, so it will be difficult for me to answer that question.
Do you read anything or check on anything that the fund has done prior to you joining the board, or you just decide that I joined today, so I'm only going to look from today to the following day? Because you are a member of a board which has got an existing portfolio. Do you not care about anything about the portfolio that existed before you came?
We do care about it. That's why I told you that we've had discussion about it. But the specific question that you asked as to who brought the transaction, I said that would be difficult for me to answer as of now.
Will you say Ghanaians are right if they demand that the $2 million be refunded urgently, not as and when the board decides to pursue it? Will you say that Ghanaians are right to say that $2 million is a lot of money and must be recovered ASAP?
Yes, and I believe that Ghanaians are right to demand for any investment done on their behalf.
Let's go to this. I agree with my colleague, Honorable Gifty, when he says that, like many things we do in Ghana, whether it's road, whether it's energy, it's about money. We don't have lack of road contractors or engineers in this country. The problem is we don't have enough money. The same thing with energy. What specific experiences in terms of banking and finance will you bring to bear on how we manage our energy sector debt and then still be able to do the investment that we are all yearning for? Whenever you hear colleagues asking questions to the energy minister, when is this community going to be connected? When is it going to be, that going to be connected? What do you think you can do to help your minister?
Well, I'm happy some of the things are already being done. As the Mr. Thatcher talked about, if you read the president's soda, he talked about renegotiation. That has brought us some reliefs. I think we should continue that. Of course, I think we should also encourage the private sector to participate in that space. It seems to be a very expensive space. And if we put together our house very well, I think private sector can come in.
Do you know the average Ghanaian doesn't understand when we say because of money we are not doing what we ought to do in the energy sector? Because they don't consume, I don't have free electricity. I pay for the electricity I use. So at what point in time is the money I pay not enough to do the things you need to do?
Well, I'm sure you're also aware that you are a very good person. There are some people who consume and necessarily don't pay. Recently, ECG embarked on a massive collection exercise. And within a month, they were able to collect about 2 billion to 3 billion cedis. Clearly, some people are not being good citizens as you portray it. Some people consume and necessarily don't pay.
So why are they not doing the same thing every day? Why is it, intermittent? Why do you have to do an operation? We are going to do this month, we are going to collect And then after that, when you collect the 2 billion, then you go and sleep. Why don't you make it a point that from now, this is the way forward? We will collect every money you owe us.
That is one of the advices I'll give my minister, that we should have ECG do the collection on a daily basis.
Anyway, Chairman, I believe my colleague has got the necessary competencies, and I am sure his addition to the ministry would help a long way. And I must say that your disposition as a politician is good, can take you places. Keep it up.
Thank you very much, Senior.
Yes, ranking member.
Thank you. Honorable Collins Adumaku Mensah, my good friend. How are you?
I'm fine, Chair.
You know, you have very good social skills. Chairman, he has very good social skills. He will see you and come to you and engage you all the time. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Chairman.
You are going to the Ministry of Energy. I know that the deputies are either assigned Deputy Minister responsible for power, Deputy Minister responsible for petroleum. Where have you been given a hint of what you are going to be responsible for?
No, please.
You don't know yet?
No.
Okay. Let me take you to the energy sector. I'm sure you did some preparation for this vetting.
A little bit.
What is the Ministry of Energy all about? Tell us the mission of the Ministry of Energy. The mission and vision of the Ministry of Energy.
Well, their focus is to provide energy at an affordable price and efficiently, evenly distributed for the Ghanaian people.
What are the obstacles in our way to achieving universal access to electricity, universal access? What are the challenges we face in reaching that universal access where we can say, even people who can never get a national grid, who are in off-grid communities, have access to electricity. So on that day, we can get electricity for everybody in rural areas, because it's not funny at all for people who still do not have light.
I think the biggest obstacle has to do with funding, how to get the needed resources to take care of all that you are talking about. Funding is the major one.
So what will you do as Deputy Minister, working with your minister, to unlock this funding challenge to ensure that we achieve universal access?
My little briefing tells me that clearly we have to get some private players into the space to assist in that regard.
Okay. Let me read something to you. According to the Energy Minister, in the first 9 months of 2023, the Electricity Company of Ghana reported an increase in its losses to the tune of over 2 billion. That's collection losses. It tells you that we have a problem with ECG, the key player in the value chain. ECG is like a goalkeeper. If you have your goalkeeper who is at the post, supposed to catch all the balls and make sure he distributes the ball, and is always weak, sometimes asleep, you are always going to be scored. I just mentioned earlier that the standard for losses, whether it's technical or commercial, is 6%. ECG's losses, technical, commercial combined, is about 30%. What it means is that when we give you electricity 100%, before you even start selling it, 30% cannot be accounted for. That translates into the 2 billion losses I'm talking about. What steps can we take to strengthen the ECG to be the strongest player in the value chain?
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about technical losses and commercial losses. And yesterday, during the retreats, I saw a graph, and I realized the technical losses seem to be flat. And the reasons you gave us, you talked about obsolete machines and all that. To curtail that, we just need some more funding into that space to change. But I realized the commercial losses per the graph kept going up. And so we still have problem with the retail end, as to do with the billing and collection. Listening to, if we read the budgets, the government had the vision to privatize that retail end of ECG, and I believe that we can have a full discussion
Very,
about that.
very interesting. You know that. Let me read the record for you to comment on our attempt at getting ECG to be efficient. In 2020, I'm quoting the budget. Paragraph 820, government handed the management and operation of its power distribution business to Power Distribution Services, PDS, Ghana Limited, on March 1st, 2019. The suspension of the concession agreement on the 30th of July 2020 was due to the detection of fundamental and material breaches of PDS obligation to the provision of payment securities, which were key prerequisites for the lease assets. Over 1.5 billion Ghana cedi paid to the defunct PDS in the form of electricity bills by the people of Ghana has not even been accounted for up to today. Now, as we speak, as a result of this problem, the 500 million we got from the United States government to help, among other things, strengthen ECG, the rest of the money, almost 200 million, was taken away. Clearly, from what I've told you, somebody didn't do a good job on due diligence in handing over PDS this huge asset. And as a result, we have 1.5 billion less. This is the record of this government, who you just said was trying to strengthen the ECG. As Deputy Minister, tell us the steps you will take working with your minister to ensure that we will not find ourselves in a situation where we fail to do due diligence and incur these liabilities I just described to you.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Yes, PDS. I don't have the full details about the PDS. Okay, I don't have the full details. But of course, what I talked about was for the retail end to be privatized. I don't support, personally, yes, I love private players in spaces like that. But ECG is a monopoly, and I don't want a private individual to have a monopoly over an asset like ECG. That is my personal view. But I don't have a problem in assigning some aspects of ECG, i.e. the retail end, to a private player for more efficient collection and more efficient billing system. So my advice will be, yes, let's keep ECG as it is, but some aspects of ECG could be privatized, especially the retail side.
So my real brand of my question is that what steps will you take to make sure that when we are handing over assets as valuable as ECG in the energy sector, we will not commit the errors I've done, that we will do due diligence, we will not bring friends and cronies in transactions such as this one that cost us so much?
Well, I'm not too sure your description of cronies and friends, but my point is that if anything untoward has happened, I'm for a full-blown investigation into the matter. I don't have a problem at all. For accountability's sake, we could ask for an investigation into that, and Parliament is seized with the power to do so.
Two words have been very popular in the energy sector since Nanado's government took over: excess capacity, PPA oversubscription. In other words, the NDC, having worked so hard to inject over 1,000 megawatts in the sector, having worked so hard to ensure we bring financial solutions, having worked so hard to make sure that we have addressed them, so the thank you that we got was that we brought too much power. Now, tell me today, if we have excess capacity, what is the justification for the Minister of Energy having signed new PPAs? You just heard of 750 new megawatt of power. What is the justification of that addition if indeed we have too many power plants?
It's very difficult for me to answer the question about the justification, especially when I'm not seized with the document and all that, for me to, through a judgment, whether it was justified or not. It will be difficult for me to answer.
Are you
With
aware
respect
that
to
the ministry has
ministers-
signed new PPAs of 750 megawatt, some with AXA? AXA?
I'm aware of such, but I said I don't have the details. I've just read about it, but I don't have the
I
details.
humbly submit to you that the AXA agreement is take or pay. When a judge sits and is sentencing a police officer, do you know what you normally would say?
No,
You
please.
should know better. So because of that, if I'm giving somebody 5 years, I'll give you the maximum. So what will you tell a government who says that it is wrong for anybody to sign an agreement with clauses take or pay, and then he turns around to sign a take or pay agreement with the AXA, and then Tema LNG also will take or pay? What will you say?
First of all, I've not been in court and seen a judge sentencing a police officer before. But I understand your analogy. But it will be better for me to be seized with the documentation. for
Have
me
you
to
heard
make
of
pronouncement
a
on
Mary
that.
plant?
Yes, I have.
A Mary? What is the plan of the ministry with the Mary plant right now?
I know it has been relocated to Kumasi. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So the Mary is so useful. We are now sending it to Kumasi to be used.
If my briefing serves me right, I think that Mary now, the contract has elapsed, and the plant is now a property, an asset of the government.
Did you hear of a Mary scandal? Did you hear of the Mary scandal?
No, please.
You didn't. Let me brief you. The government of Ghana, under President Mahama, had brought the Mary scandal. I'll be very brief. The MPP in opposition says that that plant is scandalous because we bought it at such a huge price of about $500 million. And so we've duped the people of Ghana. So when the MPP came to power, we had paid off. The plan was going to revert to the state. It was left with 200. Former Energy Minister, Honorable Boachie Ejakum, brought what he called a novation agreement to Parliament for us to basically repackage and sell the American plant to a new company at a price of over $1 billion. There was an agreement. I still have the documents. We saw that this was more dubious than the earlier accusations. And so when the president was caught and he said that he had been misled, and he fired Honorable Boachie Ejakum. That's the history of Amari. That's why I said. Now, do you think that it is important that we do not do politics when it comes to the energy sector?
I agree perfectly with you.
You agree?
Absolutely.
So, do you agree that Amari is now very useful and is going to be useful in the Ashanti region?
My understanding that it's been moved to Ashanti region to help.
And
with
it's going to help infuse power and help with the energy sector.
Exactly so.
So in hindsight, it was a good decision. We bought this plant. We've paid for it. It belongs to the people of Ghana.
I don't have the details as at that time. I'm not able to answer that question.
Great. My good friend, the
Chairman.
Upstream petroleum sector is another area I want you to verse your mind to. There's something called local content LI. We discovered oil, and our focus was to make sure that we empower Ghanaians to be part of the oil industry. So we passed what they call local content. Have you read something about it?
Yes, I have a fair idea, but I've not read the LI. But I know the Petroleum Commission has done some fantastic work in training some Ghanaians in that particular space.
Indeed, the Petroleum Commission has done a lot of work
Yes.
in the petroleum
Yes.
sector,
And
with the local content. And so
Yes.
they've empowered a lot of Ghanaians.
Absolutely.
Do you believe that it is important we empower Ghanaians, especially in the downstream sector, the way we've done in the upstream sector as well?
Absolutely, sir.
Believe so. Wonderful. We are still stuck with 3 oil producing fields. Do you know the 3 major producing fields we have?
Yes, I have a fair idea.
Can you tell me?
Jubilee, Tin, Sankofa. Also. Yeah.
What the Popa? All right. So, yes, under President Akufo-Addo, there has been some work done to expand Greater Jubilee. Okay? But as we speak, it's part of the global challenges. But we have not been able to add a major development. So I say it simply, we are stuck with 3 producing fields. And the report I have is that we are now close to almost 40%, 50% of the production. So we are like halfway. If we don't add more, we are going to have a problem. Exactly what steps are you going to take
your direction on something
to help your minister increase oil production in the upstream sector?
Yes, I know government is doing something on the onshore, from the onshore side, Voltane Basin, and some good data has been collected. I'm sure government at this stage is having discussions to see whether we should go full scale on that. If that also comes on board, I'm sure we should have quite more in the space.
So in the upstream petroleum sector, because of the huge money needed to invest, normally you rely on the private sector. So the private sector is the key to the upstream petroleum sector. Now, today as I speak to you, ENI has moved their headquarters from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire. A lot of the oil players have also left. Halliburton and others who provide services have moved from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire. Exactly what steps will you do working with your minister to revive this trend and ensure that the investment in the upstream petroleum sector really comes back and increase again?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think with the global discussion on energy transition and all that, a lot of these big-time investors in that space began to...
As you answer that in that context, let's discuss that ENI is actively investing in Cote d'Ivoire. In fact, they are about to produce a new field that they are working on there. So, yes, the energy transition issues are there. But for developing countries like us, it will take some time for us to finish our resources before we go to energy transition. So, in this context, how do we attract this investment to Ghana?
Well, I think we just have to continue to create an enabling environment to make it easy for these investors to come in.
We are waiting for them to come.
So we have to create a very good
enabling environment.
Yes,
that's
to
what
attract
I wanted
them,
to hear.
to attract them to come.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, all the best, my good brother.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. After all the energy experts have asked all the questions, what is there to say? My only suggestion to you is that you're going to support the minister. Remember, you don't enact policy, you only do as you're asked to do. Remember, also, never forget that first and foremost, you're a member of parliament. And you need that to survive anywhere else. Never take that out of your mind. Okay? So,
thank you, Chairman.
before I let go of you, let me acknowledge the list of people here that have been giving. Oheneye Bafwa 24 Abebio, the Nasi Hima, Nana, you're welcome. Nana Ekweafuku, representing Nana Boama Hima, Nana, you're welcome. Nana Jewa Sapon, Chechewe Hima, Nana, you're welcome. Nana Majimai, Tetrim Hima, Nana, you're welcome. Nana Akuse Dinkra, dear young Quanta, I rempim him. Nana, you're welcome. Honorable Kwesika Kere Chamfo, Afija Kwabre North DC, aka KK, former Director of Administration, DVLA. Madame Ofuecha, MP's mother, MP Mame, Amokwabo, Mr. Harry Pipiche, MP's father. You're welcome. Madame Mary Mensa, you're an aunt. And Juliet Usu, you're a sister. Mr. Thomas Hayford Fosuhene, Fija Kwabre North Constituency Chairman of the MPP. You're welcome. Mr. Emmanuel Apumasu, a presiding member. Mrs. Janet Adomako Mensa, where are you? MP, we want to see you, First Lady. Mr. George Fache, GCB Bank, you're welcome. And Mr. Abraham Ferguson, also from GCB Bank. We thank you and all other persons who came to support the nominee. We thank you for coming to support him. And remember, you're discharged for now. You'll hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, kindly administer the oath.
Honorable, please, will you go by the Holy Bible or the cross? Okay. Hold this. You repeat after me.
I, Prince Hamid Ama,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall
be the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Please have a seat.
Honorable Prince Hamidu Ama. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a Deputy Minister for Education. For Works and Housing. Sorry. I'm reading education here. So. For Works and Housing. You're a member of Parliament, so there's no issue about your qualification unless you have done something scandalous since you were sworn in as a member of Parliament. But you've not appeared before this committee before. We've not had the opportunity to ask you a question relating to your suitability. So tell us a little bit about yourself, and after that, members will ask you questions relating to your suitability for the position.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Prince Hamid Ama. I was born on the 6th of October 1981 in Kwesimitim Zongo, in the western region of Ghana. I have mixed ancestry. My mom was a Christian and my dad a Muslim. I started my primary education in Kwesimitim. I did the lower primary in Excellence Pathway Academy. It used to be called Nyamebechre Preparatory. I did 1 year in Winneba at Gomuaman Preparatory School in Winneba. Came back to Kwesimitim for my upper primary in Esawa Preparatory School. Then I went to Top Royal, all in Kwesimitim. After my junior secondary school, I enrolled at St. John's School in Secondary, where I studied science. Soon after secondary school, I took up teaching appointment in Awosh, Christ Jesus Education Excellence Complex. And after 2 years, I left for the university. I studied mathematics at the University of Education, Winneba, and then proceeded to do my master's at the same university before going to do my PhD in mathematics education at the University of Aberdeen. I taught in a couple of schools in Secondary Takrade. I taught in the Secondary College at the Ember Secondary School, Bedubonsu Secondary School, and I also taught British and Cambridge IGC SE program at the Takrade International School. And when I returned to Ghana, I worked as a consultant on several other funded projects with the World Bank and USAID and DFID. But I returned to Ghana on account of my commitment to Ghana's education system. Prior to coming to Ghana, I had an appointment at the University of Oxford Center for Education Assessment, and I turned it down to take the Ghana appointment. Whilst working as a consultant, I had a three-year appointment with the World Bank funded project called the Ghana Secondary Education Improvement Project. And in the course of my consultancy, I had appointment from His Excellency the President to lead the government curriculum agenda. So I was appointed as the Executive Secretary for the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. In 2020, I contested for the parliamentary primaries, won and went ahead to win the general elections, and I have won the second primaries, preparing for the 2024 elections. I'm currently a member of the Finance Committee and the Vice Chairman of the Education Committee of Parliament. I previously served on the House Committee and the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. So tell us, how are all these certificates going to be useful to the Minister for Works and Housing you're sent to support?
Mr. Chairman, in the course of my studies, I have learned transferable skills, what we call essential and 21st century skills, problem solving, investigation, collaboration, and being a team player. I intend to bring these essential skills to support the ministry, to solve the problems that to attempt to solve the problems that confront us in the Ministry of Works and Housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In the Ministry of Works and Housing, there are agencies responsible for constructing and selling commercial property. For example, State Housing Company. Do you think that, in spite of that, the government of Ghana should take on the construction of any construction project as a project rather than buying from the state housing agencies?
Mr. Chairman, the State Housing Company is a limited liability company that constructs houses and sell to the public. But there are other agencies that also undertake housing projects as well. I think that the role that State Housing Company plays is distinct in helping the housing, access to housing in the private sector and in the public sector as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So which other documents, which other agencies are you referring to? I know about TDC. They are not different from State Housing. So apart from those agencies, should you think that, for example, the ministry should say, I'm constructing affordable housing, or I'm constructing, do you think, what was the other one, Sagleme Housing? Do you think government should be doing that further?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, access to housing the state must take interest in accessing equitable housing. Actually, it's one of the SDGs, and that if we leave it in the hands of a private limited company, unfortunately, we will not be able to reach the people in the lower quintile. So, for example, when you take the Rural Housing Department, for example, they are into research and policy formulation on using low-cost materials to construct housing. So I think that, yes, the government should be involved in the affordable housing project, but there are times that they use some of it, the ministry uses some of its agencies, like State Housing, to deliver some of these housing projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Still on housing, I'm excited that you are of the opinion that the government should help in the area of affordable housing. So I take you to Sagleme. Just a very simple question. What advice will you give to your minister in respect of Sagleme with the going forwards? What do you expect him to do to save Sagleme? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the state has already invested so much money into Sagleme. And I think that it's important that we bring the original intent of the project to fruition. I understand that the ministry has already constituted a technical working committee to look at private sector participation in offloading the project and to ensure that the project is completed for it to be used. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. What proposals will you make to your minister as to how we can have affordable housing, properly so-called, with materials that are available and affordable?
Mr. Chairman, I think affordability is very contextual. It depends on the income of the person. And so to say affordable, properly so-called, then it means that we're looking at using materials that are low cost so that we'll be able to reach the people in the lower quintile. And I would be particularly interested in supporting the ministry to undertake much more research in the use of local materials, because these low-cost local materials are less expensive. Mr. Chairman, the Department of Housing in Kwame Nkrumah Science and Technology is undertaking a lot of research into use of different local materials. The Building and Road Institute under CSIR is also undertaking a lot of research into the use of local materials. We have, as a matter of urgency and as a matter of priority, have to look at developing local materials and use those local materials for construction.
Which particular local materials are you referring to?
Mr. Chairman, for example, the use of clay, laterite, and the rest have been very useful. The Apiati housing project, for example, have been constructed using local materials, and there are quite a number of locally made
And I'm
materials.
looking at all the construction ongoing in the country. Cement is made in Ghana. Sand is one in Ghana. Roofing sheets are made in Ghana. Nails are made in Ghana. Even iron rods, even though some are imported, some are also made in Ghana. They are all local, except that the prices are the same. The tiles, which have become popular now, are made in Ghana, but the prices are not too different from those that are imported from elsewhere. So what really would make a building cheaper? What do we have? What do you conceive that will make properties we construct here cheaper?
So, Mr. Chairman, indeed, as you indicated, they are made in Ghana, but the raw materials to some of these products are imported, and that's what imposes the cost of production. So the works that have been done in the use of low cost materials are in the direction of, as I mentioned, laterite and its kind. And for example, the evidence suggests that if we use some of these materials, the cost of production is reduced by almost 40%. And they have been able to do that with some projects. I have given an example of the Apiati projects that have been constructed. All of these were constructed from the use of locally made materials that are much more cheaper. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so I'll end by saying that it has become obvious that we really need to research more, popularize it, and use it, for especially those of us in the rural communities who cannot afford the expensive materials. So I wish you all the best, hoping that you actually work in this direction to make sure that the rural poor also get good housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Vincent, yes.
Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the nominee, at least you mentioned Department of Rural Housing. Looking at the budgetary allocation for 2024, 2 million Ghana cedis was allocated to Department of Rural Housing. What advice would you offer in future? Because affordable housing in my constituency, I have put up 5-unit teachers' quarters. And my contribution was 150,000. You know, looking at housing, if we, the rural housing compared to what we have in Accra, you will be thinking that every housing unit should be like what we have in Accra. But if you go to certain constituencies or rural communities, the housing units over there, what I have provided over there, even though I spent 150,000, but the structure is the best within that enclave. You know, most teachers or workers wouldn't want to be posted to do areas like that, but they can only do that when they have accommodation of such a. Would you recommend to your minister that in future the resource Department of Rural Housing to come out with structures that would be affordable enough to retain some of our workers in the rural areas as against people drifting to the urban communities?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, it's something that would be very beneficial to the state and the country if we invest more in rural housing research. And it's something that I would make a strong case for that with my minister. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Do you know anything called GARID? GARID, Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've read something about it, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, 2019, $200 million was approved by Parliament for the implementation of this GARID project in Accra. We are in our 5th year, and as I speak with you on the floor of the House, there's another 150 million that we are going to work on to approve for the same project. But you go to where we're supposed to provide these facilities. You go to Odo, we call something retention ponds that were supposed to be built in Greater Accra. There's absolutely nothing happening on the ground. The money, we cannot even know where the money was lodged and what the money has been used for. What advice are you going to give to the minister as to the usage of this money? Because as of now, 5 years down the lane, Accra, if you look at drainage system in Accra, no one can be proud of it. If you go to Circle, Odo, and all those areas. Meanwhile, there's $200 million that was approved by the Parliament of Ghana from World Bank, and nothing has been done about it. What advice would you give to the minister?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Per my readings about GARID, Mr. Chairman, I think that GARID is a very good project that, when completely implemented, would address the perennial flooding issues in Greater Accra in particular. The distinctive feature of the project is also in relation to how the local assemblies are able to work together, especially the 17 local assemblies. Mr. Chairman, the project has about 5 components, and the 5th component related to part of the funds for the 5th component was used to support the COVID-19 recovery program. So as a result of that, additional funding has become necessary. I also understand from my readings that the project did not take account of compensation, and so compensation has also been taken account of in relation to the additional funding. When the project is completed, as you have indicated, retention ponds are very helpful in helping alleviate flooding. And so when the project is completed, it is still within the timelines. I'm sure that we will be able to have value for money. And I'm going to work with my minister to ensure the full implementation of the GARID project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, the Auditor General recommended that the $64 million that was realigned into COVID fund should be refunded into the fund. Do you have any knowledge whether that money has been refunded or not? $64 million.
Mr. Chairman, I am not aware. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, former Minister for Works and Housing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Chairman.
I wanted to find out whether I'll be given the same privileges you gave Honorable. I always a leader. I'm sorry then. I apologize. Yes, my dear brother Prince, congratulations. I am very, very elated that you have a PhD in mathematics education and you don't want to stop. You've read your LLB, so when do you hope to read the BL so that I'll call you learned friend?
Mr. Chairman, hopefully by May I'll be done with the BL, and hopefully we'll write the entrance exam this year.
Oh, that is
Thank
good
you,
to hear. Okay, let me. It seems to me you've read a lot about the ministry you're about to be ushered in, but let me see whether you came to terms with perennial flooding, which has bedeviled the entire nation. We always have what we call perennial. The word perennial is a mockery. That means every now and then we should expect flooding. Have you come to terms with the issue of subterranean drainage system? That if you went to Europe, you would never see open gutters. And the reason why there's no need for open gutters is that you won't have the problem of desilting, where all the rubbish we hate in our homes are dumped into open drains. Then they choke these gutters, and when there is a rain runoff, then it will just be diverted into the wrong places. Houses are destroyed or that. Do you think it's about time the nation gets interested in subterranean drainage system so that every filth is underground? First of all, it's very hygienic and good, and also you won't find people messing up the environment with their funny habits. And we do want to also look at the cost implications.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think there's been a lot of debate on open and closed drainage system and the rest. If you look at the best practices, the closed drainage system, as you describe as the subterranean system, is much more beneficial and useful in addressing flooding situation. But that would mean that we would have to invest much more resources in doing that across the country. My suggestion would be that if we cannot do anything to the existing ones, maybe all future drainage system, we can adopt the closed or subterranean drainage system. And then as and when we refurbish existing ones or the old ones, we then transit into the closed drainage system. But I'm sure that that system is much more helpful, especially because of our attitudinal position on waste management. You know, so if we have everything hidden, I'm very sure that nobody can stand in front of their doors and go and throw rubbish in there because there's no open drainage system to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, according to engineers, the subterranean drainage system is long overdue because it's a mockery that the nation should set aside monies for desilting, as if we enjoy wasting our little monies on desalt. Every year, there are monies set aside for desilting. And why should a nation with challenges in relation to finances be doing desilting? But let me leave it as it is. But I'm glad that you have a good sense of the best drainage system to have across the nation. Now, let me test your understanding on affordable housing. The policy is that one of the roles of government is to bankroll poverty. That is to say that if the government should go commercial in relation to housing, then people can't find homes to. I mean, that's a good thing that President Kufuor did about the National Health Scheme. So we subsidize these arrangements so people will get homes. Now, it has been suggested that whatever the price you place on a house for the ordinary person, unless you create a corresponding mortgage system within the income bracket of our people. So they will take some chunk of their salary by way of a mortgage loan repayment, and over time they come to own it. And that financial arrangement system is leveraged on the pension fund. Because when you look at the pensions laws of this country, one of the ways that the Senate should apply the money is in the area of real estate. The law is there if you care to look at it. Do you believe we should tinker with the Senate fund? And then the way we do it is that we leverage on it and give a credible mortgage arrangement. Because after all, the monies in the fund are for the ordinary people, the Senate money. And then we turn around and say that for the first time in Ghana, the interest on a mortgage loan is 2%, based on the monies the same contributors have put in the pool. And then if you give somebody about 20 years with a very reduced, mortgage loan and interest rate payment, he will be able to, own property over time. Do you share some of these concerns, or you think we should yield the building of structures to TDC, who are very commercial, and state housing? I've asked. I said, do you believe? So, no, I've asked the question.
Oh, if you have asked, let him answer it.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that access to good quality housing is a human rights issue. I think that even our Constitution, and Article 14 says that the dignity of man shall be invaluable. And when people have affordable housing or have a place to keep their heads, we are preserving their dignity. So the state has a responsibility in ensuring that affordable houses are made available. The previous understanding or the previous policy position was that the government was providing the land and all the all the horizontal infrastructure, and after the building, the buyers look for the funding and purchase these houses. That has become a challenge. So there's actually a pilot program, which is under the revised affordable housing project. And in this revised program, the Ghana Homes and Mortgage Fund is used as a mortgage to support workers to be able to, after the houses are built, use that funding as a mortgage to provide houses for such individuals. And we already have Community 22 or so piloting. There's some houses there being piloted. So, Mr. Chairman, I support the idea that the pension fund be used in that direction. But there's a pilot project, and as we see how the project goes, it can be upscaled. Thank you very much, Chair.
Doctor, I have no doubt in my mind that you make a very good deputy minister, but I'm a bit surprised that what gravitas do you have to bring a king of the realm, and here to come and sit behind you? If you can explain to Chairman the kind of gravitas you have to pull the king here. I'm surprised. You're getting the king to sit behind you?
He's my father.
Really? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Well, they asked him to show me gravitas. How are you going to show me gravitas?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I traveled with you to Brasilia. We lived under the same roof, and you could mention my name those days. Well, it looks like. Thank you.
I'm growing old, so accept that. I'm growing old.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good brother, congratulations. Mr. Chairman, My question has to do with this rent assistance scheme. The former minister for the sector, Honorable Asensu Boache, indicated a month or so ago that when they started the program, so far over 1,000 people have benefited. And he indicated that Greater Accra, that is Accra, has 903 people benefiting, Kumasi 257 people benefiting, then Takoradi 160, Techiman 147, Koforidua 16, and Tamale 9. It tells us that only 5 regions have been covered so far. I see some unfairness in the scheme because it's a scheme that is supposed to benefit all Ghanaians. In Sola, Tona, Kalba, we have young people who have also graduated and looking for accommodation. We have teachers and nurses that are posted to Tona, Kalba, and those communities that are also struggling to get accommodation. And so I see a serious fairness in this. How will you advise your minister on this issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I think there's a national consensus on the national rent assistance scheme. If you look at the national housing policy, which evolved over 10 years, you will see that in there. But the implementation has become a challenge. So what is currently being done is a pilot, a pilot phase. So pilot phase, we have about 6 regions involved, and a little around 1,500 have benefited. Last year, 18 million Ghana cedis was dedicated for the fund. This year, 20 million. They have 100% recovery. So what in essence means is that as we go along, more monies are made available for it to be expanded. But the first 2 years, we are in the pilot stage, and I'm sure that it's going to be upscaled going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the rent assistance scheme, I have a question pending on your ministry for the ministry to furnish Parliament with a list of the beneficiaries and the communities they come from. And so the question I want to ask is, how will you ensure that you and your minister, this year being an election year, you are not going to tilt the disbursement towards party boys and girls?
Mr. Chairman, I know that the process, there's a third party or private sector involvement in that, and I know that the process is very accountable. The application is online, so as much as I understand, there is no award on the basis of party coloration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this time, a bag of cement goes for about 85 cedis. In 2016-2015, it was around 22 cedis. We all know the cost of iron rods now, the cost of roofing sheets, everything has gone up. Whatever that you need to put out a house. And, Mr. Chairman, you agree with me that times are extremely hard for Ghanaians. Coming into that sector, that was 2008. Honorable Ama, do you think you and your government, you will be able to bring down or to keep the pricing as it stands now before you leave office?
Chairman, I know that the price of cement is a function of some economic indicators. It's a function of foreign exchange and a function of the strength of our currency. And if you can look at the data, all our economic indicators are showing the right direction. There's been considerable reduction in inflation. The stability of the cedi is pointing in the right direction. So from that trend analysis, I am tempted to believe that as we end the year, the prices will stabilize and cement price will also stabilize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, has to do with the over-concentration of development in the over-concentration of development in the cities, in the urban areas, leaving the rural areas, like Honorable member said earlier. We think that flooding only affects the cities. We work on the drains in the cities. Almost every year we talk about the Odo. We think about Kumasi, we think about Tamale. But we have rural communities that also need drains to be done. I personally have written to your ministry also asking that some drains in my constituency be considered. I've not had any results. I believe my colleagues from rural areas will attest to this. So going in there, do you think you would be able to work around to bring a change so that the rural areas, rural MPs will also have drains in their constituencies constructed? Because we all contribute to the development of the country, Ghana. So I need some assurance from you. We even vote for them more and give them the food and everything, yet we are sort of neglected.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I come from a flood-prone area. My constituency is a lowland, and every year we have flood issues. So I can appreciate what my honorable colleague is saying. There's a national flood control program which looks at dredging and construction of drainage. Together with the minister, will certainly look at districts that are that need support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Should I come to leadership now? Yes, Kwame. Oh, okay. Dansuman.
No, that's Ablekuma North.
Ablekuma North.
Yes.
All right.
Dansuman is close, but...
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Prince Amma. Mr. Chairman, he's a backbencher just like me, so I'm a bit reluctant to, make him uncomfortable. But all I want to say is congratulations on behalf of all the backbenchers. I know you are going to do a great, great job in the ministry. Looking at your CV, I see that you have already achieved a lot, especially in the field of education. I'm particularly impressed with all the mathematics, because I'm not that good with math. But there's just one question I would ask, is how would you use all the value you've accrued in education to help educate Ghanaians not to build in flood-prone areas? That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Apart from regulatory failure, we have behavioral, attitudinal issues as well. I think that we need behavior change programs, public education and behavior change programs to do that. And I will support the ministry in that regard. Thank you very much.
Very well. Now I'll come to leadership.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable, congratulations. I can see you have some knowledge at the ministry already, which is very good. So you in the process of answering questions about affordable housing, I didn't hear you. What is your definition of affordable housing?
Mr. Chairman, affordable is a construct that has a different interpretation. But when you are constructing for a particular target group, the affordability is now contextualized to that target group. So, for example, if you are constructing for a low-income group, then your definition of affordability would be in reference to that low-income group. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
is a teacher and a nurse within the low-income group bracket.
Mr. Chairman, a teacher and a nurse have different ranks. So an entry teacher and an entry nurse will be in a different category from a teacher and a nurse with 20 years experience.
Create a scenario and then define your own scenario and then define what your definition of affordable housing will be for that category.
Mr. Chairman, so long as the teacher or nurse can use at least between 20 to 30% of the salary to be able to pay for either mortgage or a rent, I will consider that to be affordable.
TDC, a teacher in Tema Community 2. TDC is selling 2-bedroom apartment for more than 300,000 cedis. And so in this case, your teacher, and I'm happy you are one of them. Both my parents were once teachers. So if a teacher, in whatever bracket you put them, in Tema, and TDC is supposed to be selling affordable housing, what do you recommend to be the price at which TDC should sell to be within the, yeah, I agree with you. You said the policy says they should use not more than 30% of their gross income. That is whether renting or buying. So what would you say that price should be for that category of teacher?
So, Chairman, it will be very difficult for me to say, but this also dovetails into my earlier position that the government must take interest in affordable housing. The TDC is a private limited liability company. It is in to make profit. So the target group will be different from the other target group we are referring to. So you see that many of the people who acquire housing from TDC are in a different category. So that's where the revised affordable housing project is looking at, one, government providing the needed support in terms of the funding to help, for example, take a mortgage of 10%, 10 to 12% with the banks coming in. That makes it much more easier for individuals in that low quintile or maybe upper low quintile to be able to access housing facility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
TDC is under you. So, yes, they are a limited liability company, but the original business they were set up to do, government took people's land and handed it over to them to service and develop. Of course, they've since disposed of all that currently, so there's no free land anywhere. So they are looking for other lands to develop. But I am happy the way you answered the question, because you see, until we can comfortably answer this question by any of us, irrespective of the government in power, you can't do much to provide housing for the masses. Because by the time you add the ingredients, the things that go into a building, it is always going to be beyond the affordability of, I mean, teachers are the largest single group of public workers in this country, followed by nurses or something like that. But the prices they are selling cannot. So we are looking forward to see what you can do to help. Are you aware of Ghana's housing policy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just cited it in my...
When was that policy outdoored?
Mr. Chairman, the policy started somewhere in June 2005 and was finalized in 2015. But I think it has to be updated because a lot of the policy framework underpinning that policy either have been updated or have elapsed. For example, anchored on the MDG, the expectations of the MDG is quite different from the expectation of the SDG. So that has to be looked at. the enactment, such as the conveyance decree and co, have all been repealed, and the new Act 1030, Land Act, have been enacted. So obviously the underpinning policy framework have changed, and I think that the housing policy has to be updated as well. Thank you.
Yes, that is exactly the truth. The current housing policy was in 2015. It's almost dead on arrival because the parameters don't work any longer. I would have thought that my good friend, when he had his stint there, should have attempted trying to see if we can review it, because too many of the things in that policy wouldn't work in today's terms. So when you get there, see what you can do to review the current housing policy. If you don't have a housing policy, then on what basis were we even trying to do anything? It's on ad hoc basis, because it's not based on any studies, it's not based on anything. So no wonder you can go and do something small at Ashama, and you ask yourself, go today and check the ownership of what you've done at Ashama. How many teachers are owners? How many nurses are owners of those things we've done at Ashama? It'll be shocking to you. It will shock you to know that majority of the people who bought those houses probably have houses already. They don't probably need it. So they buy it and are trying to rent it to people. But that defeats the purpose. I come to a point. The architect's law is, it was since NRCD, it's 1960 something. If you can imagine that there's a profession in this country, and yes, I think it's NLCD, whose law was made in the 1960s, but are still current professionals. So you ask yourself, so hasn't that anything changed in their profession? So exactly. So are you aware that the architects have been trying to update their act for a while, and it's been sitting at the ministry, never even gone to cabinet, let alone to Attorney General before it comes to this house?
Chairman, I am not aware, but given my readings, I think that in order to improve the regulatory framework in the ministry, we definitely have to look at the architect decree and bring it to speed with the current happenings. Thank you.
You call it decree because it was done under military regime, and it is very old. It is not even fit for purpose. So it will be great that as one of your advocacy, if you have the space with your minister, to see whether within the 10 months that revised bill can come to Parliament so that Parliament can do something with it. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is that when you were talking about the Gary project, you talked about the fact that part of the money was used for something else, and then there was a gap in putting together the project because they didn't consider, how do you call it, compensation. So when we public officials say things like this, how are we expecting the ordinary person in the public? We had consultants, we had all sorts of people who traveled, I'm sure, to New York 1,000 times, used our money to travel, slept in hotels, put together a project, and then reviewed it. The World Bank came here, reviewed it, and then it turned to a loan we approved in Parliament, only to realize that we have forgotten to add compensation. Whose fault is it?
Mr. Chairman, my readings suggest that probably the bank didn't accept to probably the compensation. That's my reading. You know, there are times that funded projects come and the lenders will not agree to certain terms. So that's my reading. But if positions have changed going forward, I think it's proper to accommodate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
How much do we need to close the funding gap to make the Garrett project viable?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is $150 million.
We borrowed $200 million. And in the course of implementation, we found a $150 million funding gap. If you were to hire a consultant who gave you this, you should be going to court to sue him for total incompetence, isn't it? Because how did you have a funding gap of $150 million on a $200 million project? It is, it's weird. Yes, it's a huge professional negligence. So I think once you identify this, and I'm confident of your capability, and it's not only at your ministry. There are so many projects dotted around this country that have come to a standstill because somebody forgot to do something. In this house, we have approved the Volleyball Bridge in 2016. We are still grappling with building the approaches to the bridge because the Japanese say, build the approaches before we bring the money to build the bridge. And you ask yourself, so what were we thinking in terms of the building of the approaches to the bridge? The last thing I want to ask you is this. What do you think the professionals such as engineers, planners, architects, lawyers, everybody can do in terms of enhancing the things you write as your key policy goals at the ministry, whether housing, drainage, sea defense, and everything else? How do you see the work of the professionals in this country working together to enhance that?
Mr. Chairman, those professionals we have mentioned, like the architects, the engineers, and co, they are part of a regime to improve regulatory quality. And there's a lot of efficiency when regulatory quality is improved. If you engage the services of an engineer, a certified engineer, or a certified architect, you are very sure that you are not going to see collapse of buildings. So, or you are very sure that you are not going to see a bridge that is supposed to be a wider bridge, but then it turned out to be a smaller bridge, which would then result in overflooding. So their role is very key, and that is why I indicated earlier that I'm going to support the minister to improve our regulatory framework at the ministry, i.e. the Engineering Council, the Architecture Registration Council, and the Ghana Hydro Authority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you go to the plush areas in Accra, East Legon, Cantonment and other things, will you be surprised if I tell you that all the big fancy buildings you see there, the architects, engineers, planners who are working on that are all foreign. Majority of them are foreign, and they, at the time they are doing this work, our laws do not even allow them to actually practice in this country without a Ghanaian professional as part of it. But your ministry supervises a Architects Registration Council, Engineers Council, but you watch them give temporary licenses. And we must commend lawyers. I don't think a foreign lawyer can turn up in a courtroom in this country and then lead it as counsel for anybody else. You can't. You understand? Exactly. And until we get to a point where, for instance, it's not political. Sir David Ajay is a world-class architect. The gentleman came to this country, he's a Ghanaian. Even before he qualifies under the laws of this country to be registered as an architect, government itself was doling out hundreds of millions of dollars of projects to him. In fact, he was the only one who got inducted as an architect at the office of the minister, our former colleague, Honor Asenso, on the day, because he was not qualified at the time. So when the people started making noise, then he was called to the office and inducted, and then my colleague put it on social media. If you do that, you are undermining the Ghanaian who trained here and stays here. So I want you to pay attention to those things and help the industry. No, and there's no way a lawyer trained in England, you can be a Ken Starr or anybody, you will never be able to enter a courtroom in this country and practice. But guess what? If you go to East Legon, if you go to this thing, Lebanese and everybody are designing and building. You understand? So it's a big problem. And if you change the architect's code or law, you'll be able to include all these things to ensure that people actually have the right certification to practice here, and maybe also consider what is done elsewhere. Elsewhere, if you are a planner and an architect and engineer, before you take public work, you are made to take, how do you call it, an insurance, a professional indemnity insurance. So if you are an engineer, you go...
advise him outside after here. You've told
Oh,
him
so that in the process of engaging them... No, you see, he's talked about the bridges that collapse.
I know.
If you design a bridge and took money from Ministry of Roads, and then it turns out the job was done wrongly, the state should be able to leverage on your professional indemnity and take the money back from the insurance company. That is what we are talking about. So please, do well to be an advocate for the professionals who are trained here. That can also generate value for our people and create wealth, and then tidy up the housing and the built environment in this country.
Thank you. I wish that all the houses are not built by masons and draftspersons, and the architects were actually in control. Otherwise, about 90% of the houses that are springing up are supervised by masons and draftspeople, designed by draftspeople, and therefore they put a house in a waterlogged area, and then the base collapses. Anyway.
And then the foundation for a 10-story is still the same as a foundation for 50-story, because you see, he just copied the same drawing and then superimposed it 50 times. Yes. And then when it collapses, then we go to church and pray that the devil have gotten us again. It's not the devil.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a quick point?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that, as I indicated, we have a serious regulatory weakness that we have to look at. The places, any development that takes place in any locality or any community will require that there's some approval from the assembly. I think that part of the requirement from the assembly must include the requesting that the contractor or whoever is undertaking the construction or undertaking the project must show certified document from the Architect Registration Council or a certified engineer as part of the requirement. So, Chairman, if we do it that way, then we can be able to make it unattractive for individuals to engage the services of unqualified architects and unqualified engineer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Congratulations, Honorable Prince Abba, brother. I see that you came with a very high-powered delegation from our beloved Western region. When you see my father, Nana Kobna Ketia, and respected Muslim leaders and clerics following you, what it really means is that you are doing something right, and you should give it up.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me take you to the west. Yes, please. And my own senior brother, Joe Widwansa, is here. Yes, of course, he is here. Let me take you to the western region. And this is something on the minds of a lot of people from the western region. As a member of parliament and a son of the western region, I want to know your view on it. Their view is that the western region, the bread basket of Ghana. Well, for western region, we mean it.
The best come from the west.
And the argument has always been that if we are to talk about the resources that come from the western region, whether it is oil, whether it is bauxite, gold, count them, cocoa, timber, yet it's often said that the development cake is often nor share fairly. And the Western region is always at the mercy of the government in power. We've recently complained about a lack of cabinet minister. We still don't have a cabinet minister in President Akufo-Addo's government. What is your view about this statement I just made on the need to make sure that government will live up to its promise on fairness, especially for the Western region?
Mr. Chairman, the Western region has played a key role in Ghana's geopolitics, including our independence struggle. And successive governments have done their best to make sure that the voice of Western region is reflected in their government. President Kufuor did so, and President J.E. Amos did so, and Nana Akufo-Addo has also done so. President Mahama did so, and His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has also done so. Except that, of course, to whom much is given, much is expected. We are giving more, so we are expecting that we are giving more opportunities. And I'm sure that Mr. President, in recognizing that, that weakness, that he decided to give us 2 deputy ministerial appointments for energy and for works and housing. I'm sure that's in work in progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
As MP for Kwesi Bintim, I am sure the road from Takoradi to Aguna Junction, the deplorable nature of that road that goes through your constituency is something that you have had cause to worry about. Can you tell us some steps you've taken to try to make sure that that portion of the road is addressed?
Mr. Chairman, I know that that road is currently under contract by the Western Regional Coordinating Council. The part around my constituency in particular, the contractor had to go on site earlier to go and deal with the problem. So that road, and there are quite a number of roads in the Western region are under contract. But for the current economic situation, which has affected our debt portfolio and debt situation, we would have been able to award those contracts, or would have been able to execute that contract. And that includes even our interchange and the rest. But I hope that together, as we are all in this August House, we're going to work hard to champion the cause of Western region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see you have extensive experience in the energy sector. Your background is very rich in the energy, in the education sector. Interest in teaching and learning of our local languages is waning. I recently gave a statement on the waning interest of the Nzima language. And by the time I finished, almost every MP on the 11 languages spoke about the same challenge. Based on your extensive experience, exactly what steps must be taken to make sure that this waning interest in our local language is revived?
Mr. Chairman, there has to be deliberate and conscious efforts to get more individuals, more people to be interested in studying our local language, to be able to train more teachers. There can be specific interventions, specific funding for people who choose our local language. Because, Mr. Chairman, I know there has been a debate, extensive debate, even in relation to the use of local language in teaching and learning. But I can say without fear of contradiction that a plethora of the research on, especially at early grade level, support the use of local language. So, Chairman, as we sit here and we are talking, the conversation that we are having, we are speaking in the English language, but we translate it in our local language before we do the English. But yes, exactly. But it's just that it's because it's almost automatic. We are not able to conceptualize that we're thinking in local language before we speak the English language. So it puts a local language at a very pivotal place in ensuring that we improve teaching and learning. And I think that we have to take more steps in attracting more people to go into the teaching and learning of our local language and expand our local language as well. My Ahanta, for example, is not part of the recognized local language in Ghana. I'll be very happy to see Ahanta being part and Nzima being strengthened. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and other local languages as well. Thank you very much.
The term that the World Bank coins for Ghana's housing crisis is there's what they call housing poverty. And it says that 54% of Ghanaians spend 30% of their income on rents. And that really is a real challenge. I know variously they've talked about this issue. But exactly what steps as Deputy Minister designate, if you go to the ministry, what are you going to do, working with your minister to address this serious crisis?
Mr. Chairman, the problem is multifaceted, but I think the key is providing financial support. So, Chairman, owning or renting a property, for example, owning a property comes from different form. Either you buy it, either you take your time to build it, or either you get a mortgage to do that. The financing model appears to be very difficult for the average person. So government has several interventions. For example, we have the public servant housing loan scheme. This year, about 20 million has been allocated to support our public servants who want to rent houses, and that money is available. And I think that we have to look more into providing the support structure to make housing accessible, when funding is key in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In this period of financial constraint, really addressing this problem also involves working with the private sector. PPP arrangement is key. What steps will you take, working with your minister, to collaborate and get more support from the private sector in addressing the housing challenge?
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated previously, the revised housing, affordable housing program comes with a PPP arrangement. The government provides the land, the government provides the horizontal facilities, and then the government provides a set of a ceiling on how much the houses, when constructed, can be sold. In this way, you prevent the private sector from selling it at a very unaffordable price. So I think that the current initiative of getting the private sector involved in the provision of affordable housing, in the next 8 or 9 months that we have, we are going to strengthen those efforts and ensure that we are able to implement those policies.
Chairman, my last question is going to be on the perennial flooding of Accra, the capital. The World Bank in one report says that in 2018, the cost to us was $140 million. The rains are coming again. Exactly what steps is going to be taken to make sure that we minimize this crisis that has become an annual affair?
So, Chairman, I think this year Accra is very fortunate. As I indicated, the Garrett project is specifically targeted towards our flood resilience and to ensure that we minimize flood. Several interventions are ongoing. Mr. Chairman, some of the problem even has to do with where they deposit waste materials. And so one of the interventions is to be able to get a service point that are closer so that people or those who collect waste can be able to dump them. I think that if we are able to properly and effectively implement the Garrett project, we will be able to reduce to the best minimum possible the flooding situation in Accra. Thank you.
Honorable Prince, I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our name is Ama. It's not Ama. like somebody sitting here pronounces Ama.
Yes, Mr.
Ama
Chair.
is A-R-M-A-H, and Ama, as in a woman, is A-M-A.
It's the same.
Spell it in Zima, and you see the difference. Yes.
Dr. Ama, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
I did not say Dr. Ama, I said Dr. Ama. So I have some few questions for you. I will largely focus on your CV and where you've been so far. I will not take you to where you are going because you are yet to be there. And I don't want to ask you more questions on that. But first, let me take you to your CV. You have a copy with you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I see. So page 2 of your CV. Employment history. You have here Vice Chairman of the Select Committee on Education, member of the Standing Committee on Finance, member of the House Committee previous, member of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation as your employment history. How can that be your employment history? I think your employment from 2021 to date is a member of Parliament for Kwesi-Mintim constituency. That is employment. But what you do in Parliament as a committee member, how is that employment?
Mr. Chairman, I indicated that, but I indicated that from January 2021 to date, I'm a member of Parliament for Kwesi-Mintim constituency. I thought that the role I play, the committees I belong to, could be part. Mr. Chairman, if that's a problem, I'm willing to take that out. Thank you.
Then let me take you also to your same CV. Same CV. Okay. Conferences / capacity building programs attended. Conferences and capacity building programs attended. There is one as a speaker on Ekosi Sain National Dialogue on Ekosi Sain National Dialogue Series 2019 at Alisa Hotel. Was it a conference? Ekosi Sain. It's like a radio program, some sort of program. Ekosi Sain National Dialogue Series.
Mr. Chairman, this is a national program that brought together experts across the country in the education sector, and I was a speaker on that program. That's why I included that.
Radio conference. It's a radio conference. Ekosi Sain. Ekosi Sain. So let me take you again, back to your publications. Publications, page 5. Publications. First, what is a publication?
Publication, either written
As an academic,
oral.
yeah. As an academic.
Yeah, so a publication is an opinion that is published. Can be peer-reviewed or non-peer-reviewed. Thank you, Chair.
So that is published. That's the key word. Let me take you to your CV. Page 5. Publications. Number 2. AMA PH. In progress. Teaching mathematical problem solving. In progress. How is that a publication?
So, Chairman, we add that as academic in our writing just to demonstrate, the works that you are doing aside the ones that have been published.
No, but you are saying publications. The heading says publications. And if it's publication, it's what has been published. And now you are saying AMA PH in progress. It is not published.
Mr. Chairman, those in progress and in review are all added as academics in our publication section. Thank you.
You have again the same thing. Item 3, AMA PH in progress, perceived influence on mathematics achievement in progress. I suggest you work on the heading, the subheading, publications, and work in progress.
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated in the academic setting, when we submit publications, we indicate all the work in progress, including manuscripts that have been submitted but yet approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Has this been submitted?
I indicated that in progress and including manuscripts that have been submitted.
Do you have a manuscript that has been submitted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On this program, on this publication?
Mr. Chairman, the ones that manuscripts have been submitted, I have indicated it in there.
So where are you at this stage in terms of the publication? Where have you reached? The one you have in progress?
Mr. Chairman, I have the publication completed, but usually what you would do is that you confer with your other academics to have a look at them before you submit them. But I have all this work done already. In fact, I have published the reports of some of these, but the reports are sometimes so voluminous that people will not have time to read. Reports are not classified as peer-reviewed papers. So if you want to do a peer-reviewed paper out of your report, then you will submit to a journal.
So which journal are you looking at for publishing them in? What star?
Mr. Chairman, I have indicated that in particular to the teaching of mathematics, I have indicated the education studies, a journal of education studies in mathematics. Thank you.
Let me take you back to page 2 of your CV, page 2. April 2019 to January 2021. Executive Secretary, Acting, National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, NACA, Accra. And I'll spend some time here. It's important, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, he said here that he led the finalization and publication of standard basic curriculum, KG to primary 6 materials. And he also said that you led the development and production of common core curriculum, JHS1 to SHS1 materials, and goes on and on. My question is, during the time you were working as the acting executive secretary, and you led and developed this curriculum, did you get the textbooks produced?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My responsibility is to develop the curriculum, and once the curriculum is produced, the private sector, which is the publishers, will then develop their textbooks. My responsibility was to approve the textbooks. And by the time I left, a considerable number of those textbooks had been approved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you aware that as we speak, we don't have textbooks for this curriculum-based subject that you helped develop?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, that's not accurate. Mr. Chairman, the standard-based curriculum was a complete shift from our traditional curriculum. The previous understanding was that when people undergo a set of instruction, you assess them objectively. So that's why you will see a teacher going into a class and doing mental 1 + 1, 1 × 2, and killing people. Those understanding had faded given the context we find ourselves now. We now want competencies, people to demonstrate specific competencies. these were encapsulated into the curriculum. In demonstrating these competencies, Mr. Chairman, once the curriculum has been completed, the publishers will now pick the materials to develop their curriculum, to develop their textbook. Mr. Chairman, the challenge was that the publishers had never, and Ghana had never embarked on a standard-based curriculum. So the publishers had a lot of deal in developing materials that were consistent with the curriculum. We had to turn the materials away because instead of, for example, asking a child to demonstrate their competencies, they were still asking a child probably to state or to list. To state, to list, to identify are all lower order skills, which doesn't help in improving the child's ability to apply knowledge in different contexts. In all international standard assessment that Ghana has taken part, Mr. Chairman, we failed on application of knowledge. So the understanding in this curriculum is more of application. And the textbook developers were having challenges. But at the time that I left, we had approved a number of textbooks. But Mr. Chairman, when you are approved, my responsibility will be to approve the textbooks. But the procurement of the textbook does not lie in my bosom. That gets into another organization. Thank you, sir.
You brought me back to the same question. And I want to find out, because we are getting this feedback from teachers that they do not have textbooks to teach the children. And I'm not the one saying it. It is out there. And are you saying that what the teachers are saying is not correct? Is this what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, I know that for a fact that the textbook, in fact, the Education Committee, which I am the Vice Chairman, we went across all the publishers who are were printing the textbooks. They printed and delivered the textbooks. What I know is that some of them are asking for their payment, but textbooks have been presented to the schools. Thank you very much. As far as I know, I don't know whether there are some specific subjects that don't have it, but we have gone around and we have seen science textbooks, mathematics textbooks, and the rest distributed at the school level. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You are not only speaking to this committee, you are speaking to the entire country, and the teachers are listening to you. So I will leave the teachers to judge. Okay, and they will know whether what you've said is the case or not the case. You are being heard across the country, so I'll leave that to them. I'm not a teacher, I do not have the books, I heard it, and I'm asking you a question, and you're giving an answer. Let's leave it to the teachers to judge. I'm sure before we leave here, messages will come through. But again, during the same period, April 2019 to 2021 January, as the Executive Secretary acting, National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, NACA, your minister, the minister responsible for education, appeared before Parliament during a question time and has said that he used 63 million Ghana cedis to buy past questions, PASCO, for school children to study. In fact, photocopied PASCO for school children to study before they write examination. What do you think about this?
Honorable Member is only asking your opinion. If you wish to share one, go ahead. But it's not a question you're obliged to answer.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we should not downplay a past question. It is an instructional resources to help in teaching and learning. The outcome is that between 2017 up to now, the performance of students in mathematics, science, and English have improved considerably. I think the most important thing is to look at the outcome, the results of the student, in addition to probably the cost. Thank you.
My question was largely as an expert in education, to solicit your views on the matter, because looking at your CV, you have some expertise in the area, and that's why I asked the question. But finally, on the same subject matter, also your view. The cost for the past question, according to the minister, in his answer to Parliament of Ghana, official, it's in the Hansard, just last week, said one past question, cost for one past question was 57 Ghana cedis. Old Ghana cedis, 570,000. Do you think it's a better use of the taxpayers' money as an MP? What do you think?
The same rule applies. If you wish to offer an opinion, you may.
Mr. Chairman, my view is that we have to do cost-benefit analysis. What is the impact of past question on student learning outcome? When he says the cost of past question, I don't know whether you mean a 3-page past question or the booklet, because so, Mr. Chairman, I have nothing to say more further than what I've said. Thank you.
Dr. Ama, I'll ask you one last question and I'll conclude. One last question. Your constituency, Kwesimintim. The name rings a bell. Growing up, myself and Bobo, we used to sing how Kwesimintim cars arrive with cassava. So I know the name very well. But let me ask you, Dr. Ama, what is your view on these LGBTQ issues? What's your view?
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that leader would have sung the Kwesimintim Karabo song. Because it's a very popular and famous song. And it was a song that sold and advertised Kwesimintim across the globe. Kwesimintim Karabo was a banchabo.
By popular request, I think you want the leader to sing it.
You know, the chairman, here's my personal view. I was born into a Muslim and a Christian family. I think that the LGBT matter has been overhyped. I strongly believe that it is more of a lifestyle matter than being biological. I have tried to find biological basis to it, and I have not found any. So my personal view is that we must keep the natural system that God has created, a man, a woman, and that we should not support behaviors that are not consistent with our social values, much as we will not go to other countries and impose on them our worldview. Given that law is a tool for social engineering, I personally think that decision that Parliament has taken is in the right direction for the country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I congratulate the honorable member. Congratulations. Let me congratulate you. And also thank Nanan Katia, the Paramount Chief for Escado, and my senior brother, Joe Beduansa. I remember meeting him here first time when I became an MP. Joe, you are welcome.
All right. Honorable member, I have one question for you. Maybe there may be a few follow-ups, but it relates to an article. It says, page 6 of your CV, C, policy briefs, reports and papers. 13, AMA PH and anti-P. Converting polytechnics in Ghana to technical universities, a policy proposal to hasten slowly. You remember that?
The chairman, yes, I do remember that.
All right. So what were you trying to say? in that policy proposal?
Mr. Chairman, at the time, I was advising the country to hasten slowly in converting polytechnics to technical university. Mr. Chairman, my view was that if you look at the technical vocational space, it's more skills-oriented. First, we need to encourage more people at the secondary school level to be involved and interested in skills development programs. The technical vocation, the polytechnics had moved from its original mandate and were offering a lot of humanity courses, accounting, marketing, and the rest. When you convert it into technical university, you are going to ask the lecturers to hold PhDs. So, Chairman, PhD is an academic qualification; it's more research qualification. You do not need that in a technical university. What you need is industry players, engineers in the field who will go and teach. This is what the developed countries that have, foster technical vocational education training have done. So my view, and interestingly, I know that when you convert it to technical vocational education, it brings a certain parity of esteem to the traditional universities. But the challenge is that they then begin to operate in a field that is more academic than its core mandate of technical training. So I was asking if we could rather strengthen the capacity of the polytechnic. It doesn't matter. We have Ghana Institute of Journalism, but they are doing degree programs. They are not called, I understand that recently they've been merged to other institutions to be called a university. So that was my view on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have you changed your view on this?
Mr. Chairman, I have not changed my view on it.
I think that article, I haven't read it, I've just seen the topic and it immediately excited my attention. I hope it should be reproduced and republished again, because the polytechnics have now been turned to humanities. Yeah. They are producing more marketing people, producing humanities people, procurement people, and than the reason for which they were set up. It's a pity. In fact, this morning, I met somebody who works in your state housing company, and he was lamenting that they have put out adverts for building technicians. They have advertised and advertised, they can't get people to hire. So now they're advertising globally. Yes.
It's a sin.
That is how we are making our young people unemployable.
The speaker is a sin.
Because they are getting certificates without skills. And for me, this is the kind of discussion we should be having in education. I think that I recall that when we were doing that debate, I was on the other side of the aisle, and I spoke strongly against converting these into investors. It pays who? Anyway, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Before I discharge you, let me acknowledge the dignitaries that came to support you. Madam Ophelia Korte, a retired lecturer and a foster mother, you're welcome. Alhaji Mansuru Isa, a municipal chief imam, Mefutu Winneba, grandfather. Alhaji, you're welcome. Nana Kobnan Ketia, the 5th paramount chief of Esikado, Western Region. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Eguzi Esum, the 3rd chief, Kwesimintim, Western Region House of Chiefs. Nana, you're welcome. Chief Abdallah Adam, Zongo chief, Kwesimintim, Western Region. You're welcome, Alhaji. Honorable Kujakwa, MCA, Fia Kwesimintim. You're welcome, MCA. Municipal, oh, sorry. Honorable Joe Bedouansa. The stylish Joe, my friend. You're welcome. Kwame Asari Obeng, media personality. Oh, okay, A+. You're welcome. Reverend Stephen Yao Osei, Chief Director, Ministry of Works and Housing. Chief Director, you're welcome. Kwesimintim Constituency Executives, you're welcome. Do I see Thank you so much, all of you. Do I see the regional executive? I think I see one regional executive. Yes, chairman and woman organizer. Yes, you're welcome. We all thank you. Now, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged now. You hear from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.